Dad. I almost cursed.
What?
No, I'm not.
Come on, man.
It's a Friday morning. You made it. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
So 17 degrees right now, but good news.
What's that?
Feels like 8.
Oh, great.
Not -2. So we're warming up. Get your Bermuda shorts on leaving the house this morning.
I don't think we get above freezing for the next 10 days.
I believe you're right. It says 33 next Saturday. It could be 33 on Sunday, but you know what they say about a 10-day forecast.
Yeah.
It's not worth anything. High today of 28 degrees. And we've already hit the low, so we got that going
Okay.
for us. All right. So it is a very intense football Friday today.
Oh, boy, light on the line now. Win or go home, buddy.
Super Wild Card Weekend.
It all comes down to this.
All right, so we got Tommy's picks. We got our boys coming in. We'll touch on that in a second. But I want to start with a different kind of sport.
What sport?
Well, because not only are we in the middle of NFL playoffs, we are in the thick of kids' sports season.
Oh, okay.
Whether it's high school, middle school, or club sports.
Yeah.
And even the ones that play in the summertime, like softballs and your
They're
track
doing
and
stuff
field.
now?
Well, yeah. Tommy, I don't think you understand. When I say that every sport is now a year-round sport, every sport's a year-round
All right.
sport.
So, like, softball kid is training?
Yeah, they have indoor softball play.
Baseball, yeah, you name it.
Your husband worked at an indoor baseball place.
Yep.
I went and trained there for a softball game I never played in. No big deal.
All right.
But the reason I bring this up is, so my oldest plays hockey. We talk about that. My youngest started playing tennis about a year ago.
Yeah.
And she's now really enjoys tennis, but she had never played tennis before.
No, she's a little one.
So she played for school this past year, really proud of her, and she wanted to keep it going and learn how to be a better tennis
Good for
player.
her.
So we had to find a place for her to take tennis lessons.
Yeah, indoor style.
Yeah. So here's a fun fact.
Not a lot of choices.
No.
And by the way,
Okay, we'll get to that.
cha-ching.
We'll get to that. I don't get why it's expensive.
Because it's inside.
No, okay. I understand why hockey's expensive because you need an indoor place where they're going to keep ice frozen.
A lot of equipment.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
I understand.
that-
Yeah, a lot
I
of
understand.
expense. A lot of overhead.
Sure. It's not really a thing with tennis. It's just
Yeah, but man, tennis, it attracts the affluent. And you're going to get whacked.
and that's just it.
It's country club.
Yeah, the Duffy family's never played country club sports.
Bro, you weren't allowed
This
around
is
country
a-
clubs, your types.
This is a new thing for you.
Yes.
I mean, I have no. When you were telling me some of this stuff, I'm like, I didn't even know that was a thing.
You're
you
the
would
first-
think like tennis is pretty simple in terms of how it all works, and then you throw in some, minor details. You're like, holy crap, there are different sized tennis rackets. I had no idea.
You had to be the first Duffy to ever go to a country club. Invited.
Does Brooklyn engage?
Invited.
Does
Oh, you don't
Brooklyn-
think his dad talked his way into some country clubs?
No, he
No.
did not have those
No?
kinds of friends. No.
I thought
No,
his dad would work.
bro, they have
he
standards
worked his
and
way
that
to a
ain't it.
Super Bowl. He couldn't work his way to a country club.
I think it's easier to get into a Super Bowl with
Yeah.
my dad than it is to get into a country club. You don't have to talk at a Super Bowl.
So it's a country club sport.
Okay, yeah, no, it is. So we find, so my wife was like, let's just get her lessons. So
Yeah.
I looked into how much it costs for someone to teach your kid to play tennis, and one-on-one, that was not happening.
Oh, like private.
Well, I don't
That's
know.
like Serena level.
Well, I don't know if that was like a common thing. Again, this is
Yeah.
all Latin to me,
Sure.
man. So I'm like, okay, we're not doing that.
By the way, your instructor may be Latin and suave as hell, bro.
So we find these group classes where there's 7 to 10 kids in
Oh,
the class.
great.
Perfect. So it's 2 hours a week. There's 10 kids in the class. Beautiful. We sign her up for that. It is much more affordable. So she goes there on Thursdays right after school. So I got to pick her up from school. I got to drive her out to this thing, and I just hang around while she does her tennis lesson.
Okay.
So as we talk about not of our world,
Yeah.
something interesting has happened that is kind of bothering me.
But
So, like you said, these lessons are way less expensive than private lessons, but they're not inexpensive.
No.
It's not like, you pay $30 to go let your kid play for town soccer.
Sure.
Honestly, I don't know what activity or sport your kid could do that would be inexpensive.
Everything's
everything. If
Running
you
around,
want your kid
being
to
a jackass.
be able
playing
to
outside.
compete, there's costs everywhere.
Made varsity jackass this year.
Yeah.
So, my daughter has gone to 8 of these lessons.
Yeah.
First group lesson, all the kids are there. In the last 6 weeks, there have not been more than 3 kids.
Oh, wow.
Now, my daughter's made every one, obviously, because we paid for these.
So everybody else has dropped out?
Yeah, well, I don't know if they've dropped out or
They ain't showing?
they're just
Get
not
busy
showing.
Or,
3 of the last 4 weeks, my daughter has been the only one that has shown up.
Man, you're getting private lessons on
That's
the
nice.
cheap.
which is awesome.
Yeah.
Really
Yeah.
cool.
All
and her-
works out.
And her coaches are great, all fantastic. But I'm
So they
sitting-
don't cancel the class as long as one kid shows up. They do it.
They got everybody's
well,
money
yeah,
up
you
front.
paid. Yeah.
No, I mean, I'm sure that instructor has to be there anyway.
Well,
so.
you paid, so
Yeah.
he's got to do it.
But here's the thing, man.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I'm sitting here watching this, thinking to myself, I don't know if this is a rich person's thing, where it's like, oh, it's not even money to us, no big deal, let's throw it away because it's country club sport mentality. Or if there is something new with youth sports can be compared to when we were growing up. Because I'll tell you this, if my mom or dad paid for me to go do something sports-wise,
You were going.
I'm going.
Oh, yeah.
I am not missing a minute of those
Yeah.
things.
Yeah.
My dad would be screaming at me as
Yep.
I'm in
I
my
made a
room.
commitment.
Yes, not putting
they
on my
don't even
baseball
care.
pants.
It was to the point where like they didn't even care if you participated, but you were showing up and you were staying the full time. Like, They
Absolutely.
were getting their money's worth. They
Yeah,
didn't
you had to
care
put on a show.
If
Yeah.
you did it again, went on to do anything with that sport, but you were at least finishing out the camp that they paid for.
I'll go even further. Last night, it went 2 minutes over, and I was like, yeah, really get my money's worth today. Come on, guys. It's blowing my mind.
Yeah,
that-
but it has to be rich people going.
Well,
You know,
it could be like people that just don't really care.
No,
But
they're
it
probably
could
in
also just be
Cancun right now.
it could also be the fact that like all sports overlap now. So like you were saying, like if your kid participates in more than one sport, like it is a year-round thing. So they could have conflicts.
double booked your kid?
Yeah.
Well, so it's so funny you bring that up. So yesterday, were you ready for that? Not to complain. I'm not complaining. All right, so we do the
Go ahead.
show. We do the show. Eat my lunch. Take a nap. Right. I got to get up at 2.
Yeah,
I got to brush my teeth real quick, drive out, get my youngest from school, pick her up, drive her to her tennis lesson. That goes till 6. I had to grab her as fast as I could, screw home, pick up my oldest. She had hockey practice at 7:10, so we had to do the quick flipperoo in the driveway. And then she was at hockey practice till like 8:15.
oh my god.
You can do what you got to do. But I'm at hockey practice last night, and I'm talking to 2 parents. Their daughters play both hockey and high school basketball.
At the same damn time.
I don't think you understand.
How do you do that?
I don't know. Like, there's this girl,
Yeah.
Sydney, sweetest kid in the world. She plays basketball and hockey
Yeah.
at the same
That's-
damn time.
That's tough.
So that's 2 sports, 2 games.
Practices for both.
Right.
I don't
All
know.
week.
I don't
How?
know how a kid does school on top of that.
So it's
too.
got to be 7 days a week, damn near.
And twice a day.
Right.
Wow.
Twice a day. And there's another girl, Savannah. She plays middle school basketball and travel hockey. And I hate both sets of these
Yeah,
parents
yeah.
because you're making me look bad
and
for
they're making it work somehow.
how? And they're not complaining about it. They're like, oh, yeah, she did this.
Well, they got to internally complain about it.
I don't know.
Like
I
that
don't
has to eat you up inside because it has to, at some point, just wear
Be
you
too
out.
much. Yeah. You would think.
Nobody's got that much stamina to be that pleasant.
I don't know.
Maybe that's why parents flip out in the stands. It's not that they're mean. It's just that they're at the end of their freaking rope.
Well, I mean, look, I'm
You're drained emotionally. You're drained financially. You got no energy left. And I'm sure these kids bitch all the time.
help me. Oh my God. Well, no, because like here's the thing. I got to get to these parents because I forgot to mention it last night
Yeah.
and let them know. Do not tell my kid or have your kid tell my kid.
Don't talk at my kid into playing basketball.
Well, no, because Stella, my oldest, wanted to play another sport for the wintertime,
Yeah.
and I was like, we just don't have the time. And if
Yeah.
she finds out her
It's
friends are
hard.
doing it,
Yeah, but how could you're doing hockey every night?
yeah, I know, Tommy. Yeah, no. She thinks that she's coming home from our hockey game. She's got a game in Buffalo at about 5 o'clock on Sunday. She's got another game in Rochester. She's supposed to at 7:30 for her other hockey team. She thinks she's making it home for the second hockey game.
You can't.
I
No
don't know-
kidding.
I don't know how some kids like double, like they will be playing the same sport on 2 different teams. Like especially those AAU
Yeah.
basketball players, they'll be playing their high school season while they're playing AAU basketball tournaments every weekend. It's nuts.
I know a girl who was playing travel hockey,
Yeah.
what they call house hockey, which is like the local like town
Yeah.
teams, and high school hockey,
So it's 3 hockeys at once?
all at the same time, all at the same damn time. What do you?
She's got to miss some games.
yeah.
I mean, I would think.
Yeah,
Right?
but still,
I know. It doesn't sound fun.
Well, I mean, if you're a kid that loves, like when I was that age, I just loved playing
Couldn't get
sports.
enough.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it's just like playing with your buddies, just like hanging out,
But those
you know,
were
with
your
no
friends,
parental
you know?
supervision, like that style of sport.
I
Like
like
just being, you know,
I like that. I really
knocking around.
I like the competition. I really
but you
like.
can get that with your knock around buddies too, can't you?
It was
Yeah.
always going to end up in a fist fight if there wasn't a referee of some sort.
Yeah.
252 WCMF. My daughter, youngest, started playing tennis like a year ago. She's been taking these group tennis lessons because that's the cheapest way we could do this. And she has 10 people in her class. And 3 out of the last 4 weeks, she's been the only one. And it's like this country, it's got to be this country club sport mentality where it's like, oh, a bad fight doesn't matter. My daughter will never miss a moment. She will not miss a moment of those tennis classes.
Yeah.
I will drag my zombie ass exhausted in there to make sure
She
gets
is a
every second.
focused kid, man.
Well, yeah.
What?
No,
I mean, she's driven. I mean, that's impressive for a kid that age.
but she gets excited to go, right?
Yeah,
Like she really likes it.
So when I went to that little Christian school, there was like one kid in our whole school, which kind of makes sense. He was like a phenomenal athlete.
Okay.
He could play any. He was the kid that used to take a unicycle to school.
Okay, now I hate him.
Okay,
Everybody hated him
very
because nobody could ride the unicycle. We all tried it, but he was like one of those kids. And I remember whatever sport he was going to, and I want to say it was like Las Vegas or something for some competition.
Okay.
Right? And he was getting to fly and do all this stuff, and it was up because he was so good at the sport. And I remember when he came back, I go, man, how was it? How was Las Vegas? Because no, we just stayed in the hotel room, and I played, and then I had to go to bed, and we came back. I go, that's it? Like, you didn't see anything? No.
What you're describing every travel hockey
Right.
tournament.
Like, there's
you don't
no
get to
pleasure
actually
in
see
it.
the place you're staying.
I was like, that sucks.
Well, so here's the thing, and it's tournament season coming up for hockey.
Right.
So one of those tournaments that my daughter's team is playing in, it's in Ottawa. It's coming up.
Oh.
Like the capital.
Yeah. And my wife's never been to Ottawa, and
Beautiful city.
It is. I love Ottawa. They have this really cool thing where you can like skate through the forest. You've seen that before.
So there's
Yeah.
a ring of canals that go around
Yeah.
it. Yeah,
That's pretty
and
cool.
they have like coffee shops and stuff, and it's like something out of a Hallmark movie.
And my wife has been planning all this fun stuff to do when we're in Ottawa, and I have not had the heart to tell her we're not going to get to do
Yeah.
any of it because she's going to be
Be
playing
hard.
hockey the whole time.
Well, can't she bring her stick down there and just hit a puck around the coffee shop?
It's probably fine. It is Canada.
I know.
Yeah, you're not going to see nothing.
No.
I am not. I'm so happy this stuff didn't exist when I was a kid because I know I probably would have been wrapped up in because you would have felt the pressure if you played that sport to keep up with everybody else, and there's all the politics that are involved with travel sports and stuff. I mean, there just weren't that many options, especially for girls when I was in high school.
Sure.
So I can't imagine like the pressure and stress that your daughter deals with.
No, I mean,
just the social aspect of it.
I do feel bad about the pressure, and I think anyone that has kids that plays sports right now sees it. And it's not just hockey. Like my youngest, she played tennis for school. The coach, phenomenal. All her teammates, because she was the youngest one by like 4 years.
Yeah.
Great. But like when she would lose a tough match, it really bothered her because she
Yeah.
felt like I'm the youngest one here. I have to. I don't know what to do as a parent because you want to like wrap your arms around them, but you also like want to let them figure it out on their own. So
Right.
it's like, I don't know.
It sounds like a lot for a kid to do, like emotionally.
Oh, are you judging me for letting my kids do this?
Yeah, probably a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I do
Yeah.
as a childless man.
Man who's
I-
never accomplished anything says don't let your kids accomplish things.
But it's too much.
Yeah. I do wonder when your kids get older as adults and look back on it, if they'll be happy that they loaded up and did all that stuff, or if they'll be like, I don't want my kid to face it. You know what I mean? Like, I wonder if it'll swing back the other way where it's like, all right, everybody slow down a little. That was a little bit crazy there for a second.
There's too much money involved. If there's
Yeah.
money, people will keep doing it. And here's the thing. I know, like I tell you guys my schedule and you guys go, My kids play one sport each. They only play one sport.
But it's, still nuts.
So, like, when it comes to, like, the pressure and the dedication and everything,
Yeah.
what my kids have to do compared to other kids in this town, it's not even close.
But it's like, you go from like childhood, and then you're going to go to, let's say you go to college.
Yeah.
Which is another pressure cooker.
Oh, yeah.
And then you're just going to go right into a job.
Yep.
So your kid never got that childhood just running around being a goof.
No, I don't disagree with you. Because, like, we hear all the time from these older guys, these kids today are soft, and it's easier now. Everything's
I
taken
couldn't
care of."
keep up with these kids.
Bro, I would not want to be a
These
teenager.
kids are like in shape. They train.
I'm just saying from
Like I my first vivid memory of like a 12 was finding a dirty magazine.
Yeah, I don't think my daughter's told me that story yet.
No, but but whatever the dirty magazine equivalent for a girl is. Kimmy, what is it?
Well, I mean, I would just assume.
Like that
something
adult
on-
discovery that you
Right.
pulled it behind
I mean,
your
I
parents.
think kids now have access to all that at any time.
For God's sakes, I guess what I'm saying is,
Yeah, what's that?
What I'm saying is, you could not pay me enough money to switch my childhood experience with what kids are going through
Oh, I
now,
wouldn't take it now. No
based
way.
on what I see with my kids.
It's too much control. And you can't pull a move behind your parents' back.
Well, that I'm okay
I was
with.
gonna point out
no,
that-
but like think of the stuff we got away with.
Yeah.
That was fun.
Again, why I'm okay with it.
Oh, we all survived.
No, we
fine.
didn't, man.
Most of us survived.
Give me your second. I'm sorry.
I was just- Just gonna say this is why we don't let Tommy plan the show because he almost just did a deep dive in what's the Dirty Magazine equivalent to kids today.
Today at 7:30. No, the Dirty Magazine equivalent of teenage girls.
Right. I don't know.
And we've been
What
Is
do
it
you-
like
Here.
Tiger Beat? I don't know.
We try to be serious about it. That's what I think bothered me the most.
Yeah.
I thought that was a legitimate question.
No, a deep psychological dive into the teenage girl
I
equivalent
mean,
of
that
a
Leif
dirty.
Garrett was pretty handsome back in the day.
Kimmy has no idea who Leif
You don't know
Garrett
who
is.
Leif
Yeah,
Garrett
the
was?
actor.
Was
No.
it Leif or Leif? I thought it was Leif.
I always said Leif.
Oh.
Nobody knows who we're talking about, by the way. He was
A heartthrob back in the
he was a musician, right?
Oh,
actor, musician. He quit.
He made a
He
movie.
thought he was going to be the next Led Zeppelin. So he left like whatever like teen thing he was going to do. It was going to try to be the next Led Zeppelin, and it didn't go so well.
Why are you making fun of Leif Garrett, man?
I'm not.
Did you not
Just
see the
stay in
behind-
your lane, Leif.
Did you not see the behind the music? He paralyzed that guy.
Bro, it is one of the weirdest stories.
We have a dynamite. Who would have thought you heard the words Leif Garrett this morning? Got to break it for you this here on CMF. It is a football Friday.
Yeah, but
Wild card weekend football
Bro, this is
Friday.
it.
Just after 7:45, we have a very special playoff edition of Tommy Tells It Like It Is. And tell me the name of the quarterback for the Broncos.
You should know this one. You liked his name.
Well, it's the name of the guy down the hall.
Okay.
It's Bo. I think it's Bo Nixon.
Bo Nixon.
No, I think it is. Isn't it Bo
Broncos
Nixon?
quarterback Bo Nixon
Yeah.
and his grandmother Pat.
Wait, so is he related to
Yeah.
Richard Nixon?
Yeah, yeah.
'Cause I didn't see that.
No, they are related, except they spell their names and pronounce their names differently.
Well, a lot of times, they change over the years.
Bo Nix.
Oh, he dropped the N?
He dropped
Ian.
he dropped the
Ian.
N. What are you speaking Klingon? He dropped
The
the
N.
N. Hey, you guys know how this is going to go.
So it's Bo Nix?
Bo Nix is a quarterback.
All right.
A very special playoff edition of Tommy Tells It Like It Is from a man who doesn't know the quarterback's name for the opponent. coming
I
in
know
Buffalo.
the coach is a jerk.
Yes. Sean Payton
And-
sucks.
What's his name?
Been in trouble a few times.
The coach is a jerk. What's his name?
Sean. It's like Peyton Manning, right?
Sean Payton.
Right.
He's the one that was suspended for being part of that bounty gate in New Orleans.
Yeah.
And then they made a buddy comedy Kevin James family movie about it on Netflix.
Oh, I
Oh.
forgot about
Remember the
that.
time he tried to paralyze that guy? Let's get Kevin James for the Just after 9 o'clock, to recap those picks, we'll have our good buddies from 95.7 The Fan, Mike Danger, and from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, Ryan Duffy.
Ryan Duffy.
Several guesses so far as to what Ryan could come in dressed as for the Broncos.
Yes.
You guessed full horse.
Full horse or horse head or some horse-themed
Horse-related.
outfit.
We've had a couple of cowboy guesses, but I
Yeah.
don't think
All
he's
right.
smart enough to understand Cowboys, Colorado, Broncos.
You don't think?
No.
You don't
It's-
think
Cowboy's
he's been,
easy.
I feel like he's been ready to wear that cowboy hat.
I get a little six-shooter cap gun.
No, I know the kid. I don't think his brain goes to
Okay.
cowboy with
And he
Bronco.
does like to surprise us.
Yeah.
So.
So we'll find out what Ryan is wearing. Dynamite content. Did you just rub your coffee all over the board?
Yeah, no. It's,
Okay. And just after 6:45, you'll never know the future.
How could you?
But as torturous as waiting for this game is going to be on Sunday,
Yeah.
Saturday, and then up in the morning, what's going to make it even more torturous is Bills fans will know the future before kickoff on Sunday.
Oh, okay.
And I'll explain everything just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy, there's one left.
One left.
At least there will be one left in the greater Rochester area,
Oh.
because an announcement from this mega store that has been around over a century means that I would argue this is the nicest one in town, maybe,
Oh, okay.
will no longer be open.
Wow.
And here's the thing, man.
Yeah.
Maybe this should have been the case from the beginning.
Oh.
We'll get into it next here in the
All
break room. 96.5 WCMF. And then there was one. A household name store, that has been an American institution for well over a century. And yes, the struggles this place has had makes this story unsurprising.
Yeah.
However, maybe being down to one of these in the greater Rochester area should have been the plan from the beginning.
Okay.
You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 6:45. Bills, Broncos, 1 o'clock, Sunday, Wild Card Weekend, live here on CMF.
Oh, boy.
It sucks waiting for this game. It sucks waiting for this game because those nerves are already starting in your stomach if you're a Bills fan.
I'm
as
sure.
confident as you are, you know it's win or go home. The whole season comes down to every game from this point on. And what makes it worse, Tommy, they say you can never see the future.
Oh.
Bills fans will be able to see the future before this game even kicks off on Sunday.
Oh, how's that work?
I'll explain just
Please
after
do.
6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Yesterday, it was announced that Macy's will be closing their location in the mall at Grease Ridge.
So they're shutting down a bunch of them across the country. Right?
66 to be
Wait,
exact.
how many are left? Except for the big house.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. So the retail giant has been having a very hard time the last couple of years. We don't know when the Grease location will shut down for good, but soon it will be no more, which means we in the greater Rochester area are now down to a single Macy's.
Damn.
Eastview Mall. Just one Macy's.
Alone Macy's.
We have only one Macy's.
Final Macy's.
Water Macy's down. And there was a time, Tommy,
There was a Macy's time.
in the early 1990s where the greater Rochester area had four, count them four,
Yeah.
functioning, full-sized Macy's.
Yeah,
So you
every mall had one.
Yeah.
You had one in each mall. Where was the
Victor,
fourth?
Grease, Marketplace, and Irondequoit.
Yeah.
Irondequoit.
Yep.
That's what I forgot.
And when you look at it that way, that at one point the greater Rochester area of like 1.5 million people at that time maybe, had four Macy's.
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
It starts to make sense why Macy's
Yeah,
is in trouble.
maybe we didn't need that many malls.
Right, that was the whole, because you had the same mall in 4 spots.
Yes, yeah, you're absolutely right. And here's the thing. Online shopping has changed the game
Oh, sure.
for retail stores. And yes, there seems to be some kind of stigma now to the dominant department stores that our parents and grandparents loved for all those years. They seem old and dated.
Yeah, it's like, it's where your grandmother goes.
Yeah, younger people didn't want to go to Sears or
Macy's,
Penny's. Yeah, whatever.
Mm.
But if we're being honest, Rochester never needed 4 Macy's.
No.
And it's possible a city of our size didn't even need 2 Macy's. We probably would have survived with a single Macy's the whole time and been just fine. Because every Macy's you've ever walked into is huge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you've never, ever been shoulder to shoulder with people in a Macy's, have you?
Nah.
Have you ever walked in a Macy's and been like, what are all these people doing in this Macy's?
No, you kind of own it to yourself.
That's what I'm saying,
Yeah.
right? Like the amount of Macy's we had at one point is so ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
There was a Macy's in Greece, which was like 4 miles from a Macy's in Irondequoit, and you could drive from Macy's to Macy's in 10 minutes and not turn. It's on the same road.
I do have a question, though.
Yes.
When did Kaufman's become Macy's?
94? 93,
was there
94?
So,
was there
wait, when
at
did
one
Kaufman's...
point 4 Macy's open, though? Or were
Okay, good
some of
point.
them Macy's or Kaufman's?
That's
not
a good
Macy's?
point.
I mean, same idea.
That's a
same
good point.
concept.
So when
no,
Macy's
but
took over the
technically-
Kaufman.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
94 was McCurdy's. McCurdy's became Kaufman's?
So when I moved here, there was Kaufman's.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
then Macy's moved into all the Kaufman's.
Right.
Gotcha. But Kaufman's was McCurdy's before before
That was
Kaufman's?
before my time, yeah.
252 WCMF. I
Hey,
know.
what are they going to do with the parade if they go completely? Is it going to be like the waste management Thanksgiving Day parade? It's just going to be the garbage trucks down the street?
It's a great question. It's a great question. Yeah, if Macy's goes upside down, that Macy's Day Parade, can you Google how long the Macy's Day Parade has existed?
It's got to go since the war, right?
I bet you it's before that.
Oh, maybe it could go. When did we have? When did we have float technology?
I don't know.
Do you think it was the 20s?
Blimps? When did blimps exist?
But what? But if it was the 20s, we didn't have enough cartoons to do it.
You didn't have.
You're right. 1924.
Man, I wonder
was
what
the
like.
first Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade.
I wonder what the floats were.
Unless you didn't have floats, you just had a parade.
Yeah, it might have just been. It might not have.
Oh, I
been
thought they
as
always
big.
had floats.
All the best marching bands in all of New York City out today for the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade.
Here comes the Al Capone float.
Oh, it's got syphilis. Not good. It's got a hole in it. They're just dragging it along.
Don't touch it, kids.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, it's announced yesterday that the Macy's in Greece will be closing. This isn't a not performing decision. The company's having a hard time. They're closing 66 stores nationwide.
Just real quick, the first parade did feature floats. I don't know what they were.
They had to be busted.
Can you?
It says the first parade featured floats, animals from the Central Park Zoo, and professional bands.
Wait, they had
so they had like lions. Oh, probably elephants.
Oh,
They probably had elephants, and then it had to be like
no. You couldn't have an elephant walking in the wintertime.
Yes, you can. Elephants can handle the winter.
Yeah,
they're pretty leathery.
No, I hear you. Elephants can handle the winter in those really, really cold African winters.
Do you think anybody gave a crap about an elephant's
Probably
health in the
not back
1920s?
then. Yeah.
They probably ate half of them at the end of the parade.
My point is,
all right, let's off with their heads. Let's cook them up, boys.
My point
We're having elephant fajitas tonight.
Elephantitas. My point is, they would not survive. They made a song called "Do They Know It's Christmas Time?" where the elephants live.
Bro, we treated animals like crap back then.
I'm just
we tried to have the population like crap.
Bro, human beings, if they're out in the cold for 3 hours, will get a cold. What happens to an elephant? What kind of sickness does cold elephant get?
You want to be around when it sneezes. Take out a building.
It's what took out the syphilitic Al Capone blimp.
They're pretty big. There are the big balloons. It says the first float in
That'd
the
be like
Macy's Day
Washington.
Parade was a sleigh carrying Santa Claus, and it looks like the ones that they have now.
Wow, look
Pretty
at that.
large.
So you're like stupid. What do they have? Float technology? It's
I don't know when float technology happened.
just air lighter than air.
Yeah, but I knew all that stuff then.
All right, so going back to the story we have here again with Macy's closing out in Greece, we are now down to one single Macy's, or we will be. We don't know when the Greece location and the Macy's location will be closing. The final location existing in Victor. For not being a discount store, everything in Macy's, it feels like, is always 90% off.
Yeah.
And I don't get how. And
That
that's
was probably the problem.
But that's not recent. That's been for like 30 years.
Mm-hmm. And that was Kaufman's problem, too.
Yeah.
Everything was always on sale.
Like, it's like, here, you can buy this jacket for $900, or you can buy this almost exactly same jacket for $80 marked down for $800.
Right. And I think that's always that always was the plan.
Yeah.
And it didn't work.
But of course it didn't work. You can't.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but it wasn't always the cheapest department store because, like, that was Sears. Like, Sears is where you went to get like the better deals, right? And then maybe like Penny's, then Macy's.
You always went to Sears if you didn't care what you looked like. I'm telling you, man.
It was the Kmart of department
It was Kmart before Kmart. Because the one thing about Sears, I was always amazed, going back to when we traveled, when you would go to a small little town, there'd be a goddamn Sears there and an auto center.
And it was a standalone Sears.
Right. It was a standalone Sears,
Yeah.
and that's where most people got their car worked on.
Like, if you, and at one point they had standalone JCPenney's too. Like, if you drove down the thruway.
Yeah, you'd see them around.
Yeah, past Fredonia, right off the thruway, there was a standalone JCPenney's. And I was always curious. I kind of always wanted to go into that standalone JCPenney's. I think it's now a Chinese buffet.
Probably.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Turns out we may have gotten some things wrong here.
Oh.
Folks are here to correct us.
About
Elephants? No, I don't know. Barber's on CMF. Hey, Barber, how are you, buddy?
Morning, guys. Just three quick things. Sibley's is what turned into Kaufman's.
Thank you. Okay.
Let me write that down.
Okay.
And a float is not the flying up in the air thing. That's the balloon. The floats are those long things that are pulled by either by a tractor or
He's
look
right.
like a long barge.
He's right.
Those are the floats.
I'm looking at a picture of a balloon.
We're dumb, though. But, like, a parade float is the one on the ground. The balloons are the one in the air.
Yeah.
We're idiots.
Yeah. And third thing, will Ryan be Rocky Mountain oysters, a Denver omelet, or John Denver today?
Well, the first two he'd eat, so he couldn't be those things. And I don't know if we're prepared as a country for fat John Denver.
Because the YouTube kiosk crew, so we have our daily bet on what Ryan's going to do.
Oh, it's trending on FanDuel?
Yeah.
Barber, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Go Bills!
Go Bills.
We do have another correction
Okay,
from
thank you.
Andrea on Twitter, who says all the McCurdy's in Rochester became Bon-Tons.
Ah!
around 1995.
I forgot about the Bantan.
Oh, yeah.
Every mall had a Bantan, too.
Yes.
I don't know if I ever went into a Bon-Ton.
Well, Bon-Ton was a little
Bro,
fancier, right?
Your
Like
family wasn't Bon-Ton.
I remember.
Your mother was at the dress barn. Or
remember-
Dots. Remember Dots?
You remember Dots? I spent a lot of time as a kid inside Dots.
So that was like the base homely woman's outlet.
For God's sakes, man.
Was Dots.
What the hell's wrong with
Not
you?
your mom, but other homely women.
I literally just said I spent a lot of time in Dots as a kid. Yeah, it was for the most homely of women.
All the busted women went to Dots.
It was their slogan. It's why they're not around anymore. Now let's go eat some elephant fajitas.
I remember the Dots in the dress barn.
By the way, fun fact.
What about Dressbarn?
No, did you know that elephants can't sneeze?
Well, what do they do?
I'm kidding. I just
Oh.
made that up. Yeah, stupid. You're so dumb. All right, let's take a break. Bills, Broncos, 1 o'clock Sunday, live right here on CMF. And the agony of waiting for a win-or-go-home game when you have games before it
Yeah, sure.
sucks.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a belief that you cannot see the future.
Yeah.
Nobody can see the future.
How could you?
Well, as Bills
That's it.
fans, what makes this game even more agonizing?
Yeah.
We will know the future before kickoff on Sunday.
That's amazing.
Tell you what I'm talking about.
Wow.
Next, here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. They say, Tommy,
Yeah, what do they say?
if you could see the future,
Oh my God, you make $1 million.
you wouldn't make mistakes.
Yeah.
But that's not true. And we're about to see that for sure this weekend. Because Bills fans will get a glimpse into the immediate future before this kickoff even happens on Sunday.
Kind of exciting.
And based on the past,
Mm-hmm.
it makes life a whole bunch more stressful than it has to be.
Okay.
You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF just after 7 o'clock. It's Friday. You know what that means.
Oh boy, get a little creepy.
Creep Cap coming at you, all the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. And also just after 7, a woman who is concerned with a situation involving her friend and her teenage son.
Her friend,
Uh-huh.
a female friend.
Yes. Okay. That exact noise you just made is why I did not why I've been okay, maybe we won't do it. I've been sitting on this since January 3rd.
Oh, never.
January 3rd. It's a Facebook message. We're going to change the names, all that stuff. We'll get to it.
All right.
It's after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Bills Broncos Sunday, 1 o'clock live right here on 96.5 WCMF. If you want to watch the game,
Oh, we're gonna watch it.
you can do it with one groovy chick, bro. Kimmy's going to be hanging out at the Belgrade's Tap Room.
Lady
Shout
K?
out. That's right. She'll be out there. Delicious food, fantastic beverage, and your Buffalo Bills. Go hang out with Kimmy at the Belgrade's Tap Room in Chi-Li on Sunday with your friends from CMF. And, Tommy, the stage is set for a potential championship run. You got to take care of business this weekend.
Oh yeah.
The Bills are heavy favorites against a young and fun Broncos team. But if Bills fans are being honest, really honest,
Okay.
it's not this weekend we're worried about.
What's the hump?
Well, look, we've been saying since training camp.
Yeah.
This team has been so good for so long that making the playoffs is expected.
It's an automatic.
Home playoff game is a given.
Yeah.
And getting past the first round, if you don't do it, the season is a failure of failures.
Mm-hmm.
That already has us looking ahead to who we could see in the coming weeks.
Right.
And we're going to know more than we should when this game kicks off Sunday afternoon. Because the way the NFL schedule is worked out, the 4 other AFC teams play on Saturday.
Yeah.
You have Chargers, Texans, Steelers, Ravens, excuse me. And that means by the time the Bills start the game on Sunday, we will already know their next opponent,
Who's coming to town?
yes, should they win. And if everything works out the way is expected, Buffalo will see Baltimore next week.
That's the big test.
You got it. But, Tommy, it's not as simple as it seems.
All right.
So the Chargers are actually favored against the Texans, who won their division and are playing at home on Saturday. And despite the fact that the Steelers are 9.5-point dogs, did you know the Steelers have won 4 of their last 5 games against Baltimore?
So they play him pretty tough. What's a divisional game? Right?
Mike Tomlin, head coach of the Steelers, knows how to stop Lamar Jackson.
Bro, that guy's been around since I was in high
You
school.
can't get over this.
And he doesn't age. That's the other. That dude
You're right, he
looks
looks great.
the same
Yeah.
for 30 years.
In a job that ages people pretty quickly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
whatever his
Yeah.
skincare regimen is.
He
you might
looks
wanna-
like it looks like nothing bothers him.
Oh, I'm sure. No, he'll voice his opinion if something bothers
No,
him.
but like when he's on the sidelines, he just looks smooth and cool. He always has on shades.
I'm with him.
He's Lenny
Okay.
Kravitz of coaches.
On the
like he
sideline,
always
you're right.
has on shades.
He
Like
does
Lenny
keep his
Kravitz
cool.
is inside at night. He's got on sunglasses. He's Coach Kravitz.
What I'm getting at,
What's that?
things could be easier for the Bills than we have anticipated,
So what do you
depending
think?
on what happens. And winning on Sunday would mean an easier path to the ultimate goal. And that's bad news,
Oh.
at least leading up to the game. Kimmy, it would bring more nerves to an already nervous
yeah,
day.
I don't see that as an advantage by any means. Because you don't want to know. You want to keep your focus on that day,
Thank
what's
you.
going on in the moment. And I think, because these guys are paying attention to all this, even if they say they're not, even
Right.
if they say it's one game at a time. But you know you're looking ahead once you know who your next opponent
So
is.
for the players, I agree with you.
Well, the
I-
coaching staff definitely has to start preparing.
Well, but you're not.
If they know Baltimore's coming next week,
I don't think you're preparing the day of a game you're playing against somebody
but somebody's
else.
got to start looking at some
You're
stuff,
right.
right?
You're right. So here's the thing. Playoff games, 252 WCMF, 252-9263, are so much fun. But the 48 hours leading up to those playoff games for
Yeah.
fans right?
Yeah.
And all the fun we've had all year long could be wiped away if things don't bounce the Bills' way. Then, to find out before that game even starts, Tommy,
Yeah.
that your path to a championship could be easier than you thought, just ratchets up the pressure on the players, but more so the fans. And I've got proof of this.
All right, what do you got?
Come back with me.
Let's go.
Divisional round in Kansas City, January 23rd, 2022. A game that has a nickname that will not be spoken right now on these airwaves. He doesn't remember.
Which one?
Before the Bills kicked off against Kansas City, we found out the Bengals had upset the 1-seeded Tennessee Titans, meaning if the Bills beat the Chiefs in KC, they had a home AFC championship game against an inferior opponent. And in the final 3 minutes of that game in Kansas City, as the Bills took back the lead over and over
This isn't
again.
that 12-second game.
Well, there it is.
Well, no, he didn't say it, so let's just
Yeah, I
go
know.
that way. Why
Well,
did
I
you
don't
just
know.
say
You
that?
asked me a question.
No, we didn't. We said we're not going to
What?
say.
You can't jinx anything.
Oh, my God.
Why are you a dick?
Why are you such a jinx?
Well, at least we
Believer.
didn't know the actual.
Yeah, that's fine. Just leave it alone.
Go ahead.
In the final 3 minutes,
What
as the
hap- wait,
Bills
wait, what happened?
As the Bills took the lead back over and over,
They won.
every Gabe Davis touchdown had Bills fans screaming, "We have a home AFC championship game. We're going to the Super Bowl." We had already convinced ourselves, with time left on the clock twice, that we were going to the Super Bowl. And no Bills fan, if you remember how you were acting in that moment, can tell me any differently. So when it didn't work out, it made it so much more devastating. And I am here to argue the best spot to be in
What's that?
for an NFL team is the first game of the weekend every playoff weekend. Just let me, as a Bills fan, worry about our game.
So that Texas game that is
Texans,
actually
yeah.
going down.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah. Texans, Chargers. I want to be in that spot every
Yeah,
weekend.
but this makes it more interesting. You get to watch it. You're going to be more invested on the whole weekend now because you're going to want to watch those games.
Oh, I mean, I think you're going to be invested in the
Not
weekend
like
no matter
Beth's
what,
saying
right?
now. You're really going to be worried
Well,
because
no,
any like upset, you're going to freak out now.
Yeah, I will. Yes.
Like,
yeah.
if is there a scenario where, all right, so the Steelers could come.
No, I made a mistake the other day. The Steelers cannot come to Buffalo. They're the lowest seed left if we.
Yeah.
Oh, so
So
it
they
either
wouldn't
be
play them.
it'd be
It would-
Texas or
It would be
LA.
Houston, Baltimore, or LA.
Okay,
Those are the three teams that could come to
All right.
Buffalo if they win against the Broncos on Sunday.
and the toughest opponent is going to be Baltimore.
I mean, yeah, that would be the argument to
Seems
make.
to be the toughest matchup
Yeah,
for
but
the Bills.
I mean, look, they were.
Hey, any given Sunday, buddy. 12 seconds.
Look, Kimmy,
Jinx, karma.
being that first game of the weekend.
Yeah.
If the Bills win, it makes all the other games that much more fun. You're
I
fully
agree,
invested.
because I'm all. If I'm watching those games beforehand, I'm still the only game on your mind is going to be the Bills the next day. Like,
Yes.
yeah, you're going to watch and you're going to be invested, but you're not going to enjoy it as much until you know that the Bills are moving on to the next week.
And here's the thing. If you play in that first game of the weekend and for some reason your team does not pull it out, well, I can put a bed sheet over my television and not watch football again till August, right? Like,
Yeah.
I don't have to be around any of it. I don't have to think about it.
Okay.
I don't have to know. Like, the fact that you know before the game even starts, it's like someone takes your hand, puts it in your stomach, and just starts moving it around, moving your guts all around.
Yeah.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, with this Bills-Broncos game Sunday, 1 o'clock, we as Bills fans will know the potential opponent for next week before kickoff even happens on Sunday, which sucks because you got to win this game to move on.
Yeah.
And if you know there is an easier team potentially than Baltimore coming to town, gets you all super excited.
Okay.
Hey, Kimmy, what do you do as a Bills fan to deal with the nerves of a win-or-go-home game before it starts?
Well, I do love that it's a 1 o'clock game because you don't have as much time
Okay.
in the day to build up the anticipation. If it, it would suck if it was an 8 o'clock start because then you can't concentrate on anything all day long.
Agreed.
But I do love that this is an earlier matchup where you don't have as much time to think about it.
252 WCMF. Is there a trick that somebody has figured out to avoid that nauseous feeling?
Yeah, it gets
because-
smashed.
No, I'm
No, because
Why not?
that's
That ratchets
not
up the
gonna help you.
anxiety.
No, it
Yeah.
doesn't. It shows. It's also.
Sorry, yeah, I don't have any
You're
emotions about
relaxed.
anything. I don't care about anything, so I'm always relaxed.
Yes. Oh, hit
I
the
can't
bottle.
even-
Have
Yes,
some fun.
yes, sir.
I can't even enjoy a meal until the Bills play.
No, you lie. You were going to put on such
I'm
a
serious.
wing
Yeah,
clinic
I
at
told you
Bill
yesterday
Gray's.
I love breakfast.
Aren't you getting there an hour early to put on a seminar?
Love me some breakfast, and my breakfast is ruined on Bill Sundays.
Lying.
You don't have any nerves, Tommy, before a Bills game?
No.
None.
I'm a casual fan.
I
My
mean-
wife, I will say this, my wife
Okay.
gets visibly like she starts getting nervous.
Yeah,
Like around noon.
as Bills fans should. But I love that you're saying I'm just a casual fan, guys. I'm cool. Okay, well, we'll remember that. Like the Bills continue on with this journey.
And it's funny.
How much your fandom builds up and up.
Every time we call him a
Guys,
casual,
number one fan over here. Number one fan.
Kimmy, every time we call him a
Top
casual
fan.
fan, he gets
My
all butthurt.
Buffalo Bills.
There you go. No, like you remember that game? It was a playoff game in the early 2000s. It wasn't a playoff game. It was the last game of the season. All the Bills had to do was beat the Steelers' backups, and they were going to make the playoffs.
Oh,
with
the
Drew Bledsoe.
42nd game, yeah.
Shut up. I didn't sleep the night before that game.
Yeah.
Like I laid in bed.
So you were nauseous.
I was that nervous where I was not able to sleep, only to not wake up the next day, keep going to watch the Bills lose to the
Is that the
Steelers
Stevie Johnson
backups.
game?
No, it was before that. We're talking Drew Bledsoe, Willis McGahee.
They lost to the backup.
Where were you? You were the official station of the Buffalo Bills.
What year is that?
2005, maybe.
Oh, we're going
2006?
way back.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You guys don't remember
I
that?
can't remember all these. You remember all these games and stats.
Everybody does.
No.
If I
Most
go,
people do not remember that weirdo stuff.
if I have 10 people from Western New York and I go Steelers backup game, 8 of those people
They're
will
calling
tell you
cops.
exactly what I just told
Get
you.
away from me.
Shut
Creep, crumb, lush.
And here's the thing, too, man. Like, there's things we all do to occupy our time just to not think about stuff.
Yeah.
Social media has become a big one.
Oh, yeah.
But social media the day before, like a playoff game, it just devolves into opposing fans of the teams attacking each other and then taking screenshots to save if their team wins, like throw back,
Yeah.
right? And yes, Kimmy, you're right. The 1 o'clock game on Sunday means there's less time
Rip the Band-Aid off early.
to wait. But you can't distract yourself with a different matchup waiting for that game to start.
True.
Like if you're not going to the game on Sunday,
Yeah.
it's almost like you have to find something completely away from football to do from the moment you wake up till like 12:15, so you're not driving yourself crazy.
Yeah, but people probably have a lot going on in their lives anyway where that's not an issue,
Okay, maybe.
right?
I-
I mean, with kids and stuff and crap you got to do in the morning anyway.
I don't know for a wild card game how people clear their schedules because nobody wants to miss this game.
The great thing about Wise is they can clear your schedule.
Bro.
Like, you'll be at Home Depot, you'll be buying curtain rods, you'll be at Target, and then you'll have to go to and I'm saying there'll be issues,
Like-
and then because you get the game.
My favorite part of when you do this and like try and be like, man, right, guys, is you'd be the one trying to convince your wife to go do stuff in the morning.
Well, we need curtain
And
rods.
she's the one that wants to watch the game. So shut up. Yeah, man. Good chicks, right? Right? Guys.
Ladies be killing you.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Mike. Hey, Mikey. How are you, buddy?
Good, how are you?
Good, Mike. What a God.
I was at that Steelers game. I remember that.
Wait, you were there?
I was there. I think it was 2004. I was in high school, and I remember the night going up before, just like you said, I didn't sleep at all.
You didn't have
And
a
I
girlfriend?
remember, I did not. I remember tailgating, and all the Pittsburgh fans that were around us were just saying that it'll be an easy game for us. They took the L already before the game even started. We go in, and their backups just completely beat us. And I remember walking out of that stadium like, what just happened?
It was brutal. It was one of the most brutal experiences
Team memories.
of my young life. Bro, no, because I was around the same age Mike was, right? The way that he's describing it. It was I remember watching that game just like, no!
Who was the quarterback for the Bills then?
Drew Bledsoe faced
Oh.
off against
Bledsoe, and I think Willie Parker was the running back for Pittsburgh, and he just
It was-
beat the brakes off of Buffalo.
It was his coming out party. Tommy Maddox, starting quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers that day. Oh, God, it hurts.
Wait, Tommy Maddox from the XFL?
Nailed it. Wow. I love how
Wow,
you
look
go.
at you.
"Oh,
I just saw the documentary.
Shut
so
up, you
impressed.
bitch.
I did. I just saw the documentary on Netflix, and I go, how do I know that name? That
Thank you,
must be it.
Netflix.
Mikey, thanks for the call, buddy. Go Bills.
Yeah, have a good one. Bye.
Beat by a quarterback from the XFL.
He was a first-round pick, back in the day.
How long
How did he get the
last on
XFL then?
Steelers?
He bombed out with he was supposed to be John Elway's heir apparent. He bombed out, ended up at the XFL. Had one good season with the Steelers, and then man.
Obviously, yeah.
All right, let's take a break.
All right.
It's Friday. You know what that means?
Ooh.
Oh, by the way, I'm sorry. I forgot. It is a Football Friday, so we have a playoff edition of Tommy Tells It Like It Is.
Yeah.
A man who says he doesn't remember anything about football is going to tell you how this game's going to go.
It's
this week.
easy, bro.
And then just after 9 o'clock, we have our good buddies Mike Danger from 95.7 The Fan and from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, Ryan Duffy.
Ryan Duffy.
We found out that the folks on the chat on the live stream, the
Yeah.
Chios crew, are taking bets on what he comes in as today. Denver Omelet was one.
Yes.
Yeah. And then John Denver.
All right. Fat John Denver.
John. So we'll get to all that today. But before we get there, Creep Cap, you said it yourself.
Yeah.
And look, man, just be cool here. I'm serious. It's a Facebook message that we've been sitting on since, I think, January 3rd.
Yeah.
Because it's an interaction that a woman witnessed between her friend and her 16-year-old son. An interaction that apparently would continue to go all night long. She is bothered by it.
Yeah.
Her husband was not,
Okay.
but her instincts tell her something here is wrong. And I think that, I don't know how common this is for women to witness, but I think that every man had a moment in their teenage years, or at least after they got older, realized that this woman might be interested in something you would have never thought.
Yeah.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. I'm a little bit afraid of where this discussion is going to go.
Oh, really?
Because there's a woman who reached out to us concerned her friend had a motive that involves her teenage son.
Yeah.
And she said she witnessed something that made her very uncomfortable and is ready to cut this longtime friend out of her life.
Wow.
But I know there are men who may have had this experience when they were younger or realized this, maybe as they got older, thinking back. So would something like this be a red flag you can't ignore? Or is this an innocent family friend oblivious to how this could look?
Okay.
You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5? WCMF, we'll get to that in just a second, but it's Friday.
Yeah, buddy.
All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long, and we've had a lot of lack of creep.
You're welcome.
The first creep cap of 2025.
Damn.
Sit back and enjoy the creep cap on CMF.
Oh, you feel that? That's creep running down your spine. It's the creep cap on WCMF.
Well, we talked about this.
I don't. Well, yeah. I don't want to get down there and sniff.
Jen, for God's sakes, Jen.
You
let me
brought
ask you
it
this
up
question.
that his pubes were stinky, not me.
That's not what I said.
That's how you insinuate.
No, it's not.
Because you can always see the stink lines when he. But I want a gravy mouth.
252 WCMF.
I used to have a gravy mouth.
When was the last time you had gravy, period?
Tuesday when I was at Pat's Bubs. That's some of that good Duffy gravy.
No, that's why I want to try it.
Wait, you want to try a big hose?
I would love to try
How
a big
did you
hose.
tell me?
Why?
I got a little training set. I just got into the training game.
Get the hell out of here.
Yeah, like male fantasy kid.
Where's the hell? Where is it?
It's like a little kiosk in the men's room.
What's it called?
It's called Uncle Tommy's Old Time Firehouse. Spray your face good with my hose. Salts.
Dude,
You just said I had a nice bitch hole.
I didn't say nice. I said you had one. Could be taken better care of.
I take care of all my holes.
Why you want to prune that thing?
I scrub my holes good.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, yeah. That's the touchy-feely boys.
What a
That's a city dog.
You know, they city dong.
City dog. It ain't gonna stay out way too long.
Bro, your legs aren't long enough to wrap around the seat of a snowmobile.
I can snowmobile. They're low. Like your mama. And always ready to go. So, this is a country or just they found a whopper of one penis? Like King P9.
And I came to you and I said, I just need someone to touch.
Yeah.
You would laugh in my face.
No, I would take you to the men's room.
Wait.
I would take you to Uncle Tommy's
Nobody-
all-time cuddling kiosk.
Nobody did the joke. You just kept going.
From your loneliness to your mouth.
Okay.
It's so good to be a creep.
There it is. Creep cap on CMF. Tommy,
Yeah.
we got a Facebook message 2 days after New Year's Eve that we've been sitting on.
What happened?
Well, I was a little bit nervous about where this could go, but we're just going to do it.
Okay.
It comes from a woman who is very concerned with the behavior of her best friend around her teenage son.
So this is a female best friend.
You got it?
Okay.
And a mom. we're
And
gonna-
her son.
You got it. We're going to change her name and not use any other names just so
Absolutely,
nobody
yeah.
ends up embarrassed, and you'll understand
Well,
why.
you have to protect a child.
Okay. Are you ready?
Hmm?
Tina writes,
Always is.
it's not a real name, stupid. Quote, we had a small get-together of close friends on New Year's Eve with myself, my husband, and my son and daughter. My best friend, who I've known since high school and just got out of a long-time marriage, was one of the people there. After she started drinking, she kept announcing that her New Year's kiss was going to be my 16-year-old son. And she would put her arm around him and tell him, you're going to need to be right next to me when we get to midnight several times.
Like,
So-
is she trying to do this in a cute way? Like, I'm your aunt.
I am giving you all the information I have in this
Okay.
Facebook message, Kimmy. So she goes on. She and I are both 44 years old.
Well, that's like the prime time age for chicks.
Can we
Prime
just get
cougar age.
Can we get through the Facebook message before you do what you're gonna do? This is what we should not have done. This. I immediately regret doing this. Tina goes on.
Yeah.
She's a very touchy-feely person.
In
but
general.
This is what she
Yeah.
says. Yeah. But she was putting her hands, not particularly in a sexual way, but not totally innocently, on my son all night. At midnight, she made sure she got her kiss and then got another kiss from him an hour later when it was midnight in Nashville. They must have been watching CBS. The whole situation has me concerned that she is attracted to my son and she was testing the waters. She's single. She's been out having a lot of fun. Women are the
She's feeling
worst.
good about herself.
Let me pause real quick. Women are the worst.
Yes.
Why are you judging this woman for going out and living
Having
life?
some fun.
Okay. You're having some fun. She
Yeah.
goes on. I'm sorry, quote. And I know how she gets when she likes a certain guy. I brought this up to my husband. He said He didn't think she was being inappropriate, just having a little fun with our son who she watched grow up. And she goes on from there, but that's all we really need from the discussion. Okay. Tommy,
Yeah.
based on everything we have heard from strictly a Facebook message from this mom, does she have a reason to be worried?
Oh, yeah.
Why?
Bro, what
You're
do you
saying
think?
she shouldn't
Why?
trust her friend. Like her friend has bad intentions.
I think it sounds like when she gets a little booze in her, she changes a little.
No, you're making up a story in your head already.
She's cougaring
No, okay.
on this boy.
Cougaring on This Boy is one of my favorite Ribs Arkansas songs. Hey, you ain't got it, do you?
Cougaring on that boy. She's going to turn him into her little toy.
Ah! All right, better than I could have been.
Squeeze him till he squeaks. Just want to pinch them cheeks.
Kimmy.
All four.
Kimmy.
It's a longer set.
Shut up.
Oh.
She don't know.
Does this woman, no, I'm not asking you for
She
Ribs
doesn't
Arkansas
have friends
songs.
this age yet.
Kimmy, does this woman have a right to be worried about her friend and her son?
I mean, I guess she knows her friend better than anybody. But I would hope, as somebody's friend, a longtime friend, like you're just flirting, but there's no line that'll be crossed. Like I can understand being upset about the flirting, but I would think like if this woman really is her longtime friend, like she's not gonna actually like act on anything.
Okay, you bring up something interesting because I didn't even think of flirting. I thought of this as just like a friendly woman, right? But then again,
Yeah.
I'm picturing my mom's
But
friend.
she also
I
kissed.
do think she was flirting to an extent because this woman obviously saw this behavior is not is out of the norm for their relationship.
Okay.
So there had to be something new that happened that she was worried about.
It would have to be disturbing to see a mother, like your son, kissing your friend on the lips.
Well,
Twice.
it doesn't say lips.
Well,
And
I'm
to be
assuming-
fair,
I'm
no,
assuming-
again, you created a story in your head before I even read the Facebook message based
I'm
on
guessing
the tape.
it was lip to lip.
She doesn't say lips. I didn't even think of
Okay.
that. She
Well, you
doesn't
think it was
say
like
lips.
So
a
we
peck
all
on the
pictured
cheek?
I
something
don't know
different.
what it was, but it doesn't say lip.
And how long the lips linger?
Nobody said lips but you.
If there's
I
any
think any
tongage?
kiss on the lips would be inappropriate.
Bro, how else would you get a New Year's
It
Eve
should just be a
kiss?
kiss on the cheek.
Have him kiss you on the cheek, kiss him on the cheek.
Because I don't think that would. I think that would be innocent.
Okay.
But I think if there's lip to lip action
Yeah, you got a problem.
on the boy, then things are going on.
All right, 252
Because he could have gotten a little something going on there too, you know.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Kimmy,
Yeah.
right, first of all, does this woman have a right to be worried about her friend? Kimmy, you said flirting but innocent. Is it innocent as a grown woman to flirt with a
I think you're
16-year-old boy?
definitely,
Doesn't sound
pushing the. I would totally understand if this woman was upset that her friend was flirting, but I think that there's a difference between doing that and crossing a line, a physical line.
Okay, so let's just get right out. We should have said this up front.
Mm.
It's really hard to make a judgment call having not seen anything that went down.
That's true.
And we're only getting mom's side of the story because she does include in this Facebook message that her husband was not concerned.
Yeah.
That being said, dads can be oblivious to stuff like this.
Yes.
And what makes it more complicated, both roads that are presented by this woman and her husband, like his side, like,
Yeah.
just what we know, kind of makes sense. Because there were those friends of the family who were just touchy-feely, friendly people back in the day. They didn't mean anything by it.
Right.
They may not have realized what
It looked like.
exactly, right? But there were also women, gentlemen, the phone number is 252-WCMF,
Oh yeah.
who may have been interested.
Yeah.
And they would have had the opportunity presented itself back when you were a kid.
Sure.
And maybe you didn't realize.
I mean, sure, it happened.
Well, I mean,
to a
I'm
certain
saying-
extent.
I'm curious how many men, either at the time or later thinking back, realized they may have had one of these women in their
Don't
life.
you
Yeah.
think every guy thinks this?
Yes.
Or is gonna. I mean, I can't imagine the inflated stories we're about to get.
Okay, but here's the thing. Did every man think this because of our egos, or did every man think this because every man had this experience? Because I would
Or
argue.
knew a guy that, this happened to him.
Or they say.
Okay.
Or
can
they say, yeah.
I would.
I think that's a hard.
You want to
part
go?
of it
You want to go
because
get a
I
cup
think
of
that there
coffee so
are-
Kimmy and I can have an adult
No,
conversation?
but
I think that there are stories out there. You're right.
There
that
has
where
to
men
be.
have had this experience, but we're only going to get the guys that want to lie about it. And I don't know. I don't know where the truth lies.
Well, no, because I am convinced there was a woman, an adult woman,
Yeah.
in my life when I was a child who was down.
oh my gosh, she was blind. The poor thing.
Yeah, after I got done with your mom, she was blind for a little while.
No sense of smell.
Had to hand her a towel, bro. Why don't you get those eyes working?
Oh, but I gotta watch my mouth.
Well, okay. I do have a question. Because did you?
I made sure to keep my hand under the camera. I'm sorry, go ahead.
My
Oh,
husband,
that counts.
my husband has a similar story, but he says that he didn't realize it until he was an adult looking back.
Like
you know what I
someone
mean?
was
Like he
hitting on
didn't realize it in the moment as a kid, and then like looking back on it, he's like, I think that woman was trying to hit on me. You know,
He was
Like,
a big
you're kind of
strapping lad.
Thank
was.
God
He
you
was a
didn't know him as a
good-looking kid.
teenager.
I'm sure he was a good-looking teenage boy.
Kimmy wouldn't date him in high school. He must have been not as good looking as he is now.
But yeah, he'll tell me these stories like, yeah, like at the time, because like we ran into this woman at some point, and he was like, I think that woman like used to get really creepy.
No, that was the same experience
Yeah.
I had. It was the same exact one where
With
it
the
wasn't.
blind woman?
I got older. I ran into her again, and she acted the same way. And it was only as an adult man that I
Yeah.
realized, like, wait
Yeah,
a
all right.
minute. 252 WCMF again. Facebook page we got on January 3rd. It's from a woman who says, long story short, they had a New Year's Eve party. 16-year-old son, husband, and daughter were there, along with some family friends. Her 44-year-old friend, who just got out of a quote long-term marriage, was flirting with her son.
Right.
Kimmy said flirting. I mean, that's the perfect description. Says she's a very touchy-feely person, but she told her son, "You're my New Year's kiss." She kissed him twice, once at midnight, once when it became
So she
midnight.
went in for a second.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you can't miss a midnight Nashville kiss.
Yikes.
That's a new one.
She says she's bothered by this. She's ready to cut her out of her life. She went to her husband and asked about it. He said he didn't see anything that was inappropriate. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Kathy. Hey, Kathy.
Hi. I think the flirting itself is crossing the line. That's insane to me. Like, all of my friends right now, we have, like, young kids, like toddlers. I cannot imagine.
Well, yeah,
if,
don't
like,
flirt
in
with a
14
toddler, Kathy. They're not going to reciprocate.
Yeah, they don't get it.
Listen, if in 14 and 15 years, one of them hit on my daughter or my son, I would deck them. That's so insane to me. Like, I cannot imagine in 15 years hitting on my friend's son. That's so gross.
All right, but Kathy,
It's so
no,
creepy.
look, I understand in the position you are in. I agree with you 100%, and all of it is disturbing and creepy if what this woman believes happened. But Kathy, let me ask you a question. How old are you?
32.
Are you 32 years old? When you were in high school, do you remember some of those moms that may have been this woman that Tina is describing in this
Yes,
Facebook
it's
message?
creepy.
No, I agree it's creepy, but,
But they were there.
I mean, they may
They
have
existed.
I'm not denying their existence, but the line was crossed when she started flirting, and she's only going to push it more and more.
You got people love gossip. For God's sakes, God, we should not have done this Facebook message.
What?
No, because Kathy's all fired up.
Right, she's pissed.
She's all fired up. Not okay, guys.
It's so
He's gonna
weird.
deck you.
I agree it's weird, but Tommy's over here like writing a story in his head that never lip to lip.
That's because Tommy's also from a different generation, where it's Mrs. Johnson or whoever the hell it was.
It was always Mrs.
with
Johnson.
The graduate and everything.
Was it Mrs. Johnson, your mom's nickname? Kathy,
Who's
What's that?
the lady from The Graduate?
Mrs. Robinson.
Everyone's
Very close.
There it is.
Yeah, Mrs. Johnson
Anne
was.
Bancroft, who was your age when she filmed that.
Oh my God, what an old man thing
I
to
know,
say.
that
Nobody
she was
needed
the
that.
old lady.
Nobody needed that.
We didn't need that fun fact.
Great sticks, by the way. Tight clipper.
What about a clipper act? Kathy, thanks for the call. I really appreciate it. So flirt. I'm with Kathy.
She
Even
does bring up an interesting point.
But that's such a
because
vague
I think,
term.
But I think that if you don't say something to your friend, like, will they try to push it further? Because they obviously think it's not bothering you. So if you don't say something up front and get ahead of it, like, could it go further?
Well, but let's talk about that, right? You say something, right? This mother is concerned who writes us enough to write a radio show 2 days after it happened and talk to her husband.
What she basically, she didn't talk to her kid.
Well, no,
Well,
'cause
you don't want to point that out to your kid.
Yeah.
Like, that would ruin that kid's relationship
Well,
with your friend.
I'm saying if he
this is
felt
somebody that's
uncomfortable.
close.
Well, no, because if you go to your kid and say, "Do you feel uncomfortable?" and he goes, "Why?"
I mean, after the fact, party's over.
No, I still think you.
You don't say anything to your boy?
I would unless the kid came to me and said, "I feel uncomfortable." I
Right.
don't know, because Kimmy's right. Like if
If
this
it was just innocent
and she misread the
yeah.
situation.
Yeah.
Okay, so with this mother, then what's the best course of action for her? Because okay, but here's the thing: if her instinct is right and something happens, that would stick with you for the rest of your life.
But nothing happened.
No, but I'm saying,
What if it goes further?
Yes, that's what
like
I mean.
if they hook up.
Well, that would be the yes.
Yeah, obviously.
No, but that would be a mistake that you would regret for the rest of your life as a mother. You could confront her friend, the friend.
I don't think you should because what do you say? I mean, you're accusing her of being like a pedophile.
Yes.
And nothing happened except a hug and a kiss.
I love how you started this
Yeah,
with
I know.
everything
I
was
know.
going to happen, and now you're being like,
Nothing
leave it
happened.
alone, man.
But I'm just going from her perspective.
Mm-hmm.
She's thinking this woman is a pedophile or just a molester. What else could you call it?
I mean, we could. You
She's
didn't.
trolling
just
for
stuck
like
with
teen
pedophile.
stick here, and what do? And you can't. I think because you could ruin that woman's life. If she
You
was
ruined my
completely,
life by saying teen stick, but continue.
but I'm saying like if she had a couple of cocktails and then I just got away from her a little bit and she hugged the kid. No. She just hugged the kid. And
So what are you saying? You wait for it to happen again?
I'm just saying at the moment right now.
He sounded
where
like
we're
he
at,
was an open can of Coke.
right now in this Polaroid snapshot moment.
Yeah.
Sit on it. Because if you go to her, you're really going to insult this
Okay.
woman and say terrible things about her when you don't know. You don't know what her intentions
So you're
were.
saying let it go for now?
Yeah, because it could have been the booze talking a little bit. at the
Oh, could have
moment.
been the booze talking.
And, he just said she's been in a long-term relationship.
Okay.
She's just cutting loose and she's just having a little fun. And it could have been completely innocent.
All right, all of that is an argument. All of that is an
She's
argument.
not Roman Polanski, for Christ's sake.
Oh, could you? I'll ask you a simple question because you bring that up, right?
What?
Let me ask you.
Yeah.
Let's say we change the genders on this story.
Oh, you can't.
No, we can.
Lock him up.
Let's say it's a story.
All right, so it's a guy just got divorced.
A 44-year-old, recently divorced man, 16-year-old daughter. He goes over and insists that the 16-year-old daughter is going to give him kisses, and he
Yeah,
puts his
that
hands
can't
around her.
happen.
So then, what's the difference?
Big time, bro.
No, there is
Big
not a
time.
difference.
That's a creep crumb lush.
If you believe,
He's a lush because I already say I have 2 drinks. I know a lush when I see one.
if you believe,
No man should touch a 16-year-old girl.
no woman should touch a 16-year-old boy.
It's a little.
No, it's not. It's not. Look,
hey, it's a no-fly zone, but in different areas.
no. If you believe that man should have been thrown out of the party immediately, you'd stop doing things with
I'm
your
showing
hands.
you no-fly areas.
Stop that.
No.
If you believe that man is a monster, you have to confront this woman. It's that simple.
I think
Mom
it's
flirting
apples
and dad
and
flirting, though,
and-
side by side just look so different.
I just think it's apples and cougars, man.
But you agree with Tommy here.
Well, I'm absolutely. I'm saying.
No, I do not agree with anything this man said.
I'm saying they're both inappropriate.
But one looks way creepy.
But it also is weird though. I guess I don't know how this woman was with this kid like his whole life.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like was she always like kind of that mom like aunt figure where they were like you
Yeah.
have no problem like hugging your friends' kids and stuff like
She
that.
she could have given this kid a
Whereas, like,
bath.
I feel like a lot of kids don't have that same relationship with like their dad's buddies.
Well, girls definitely.
Yes.
Well, no, I don't know, because like,
But men are way more sexually aggressive in general, and
No, that's what
and have way worse records criminally with sex.
one, you want to believe men are more aggressive sexually. Two, they have way worse records. One, because nobody assumes women would do this. And two, women would not have had the opportunity until fairly recently. And there is statistical analysis to back that up.
That women are just as
I think that there's it's weird. And
violent
tell me if I'm wrong.
sexually as women.
Tell me if I'm wrong. There's a gray area when it comes to like mom flirting.
Okay.
Whereas like as a dad flirting, like that's either disturbing or they're not talking at all.
Yeah.
You
No,
know, like,
you're
there's
right.
no like subtle dad flirting.
It's
It's,
kinda
like
like
that
way
guy's either a
worse.
creep or he's just there's no in between.
But here's the thing. And well, look, we're running late because we got to get to Tommy's brilliant picks in about
I don't want to miss that.
25 minutes.
Way to sell the bit. This is gonna suck.
You know, the argument is
knows.
it looks way. The argument is it looks way different is not a good argument because if the end is the same, how it looks
Obviously,
doesn't matter. No, not
if
obviously.
the bridges hit the floor, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. If it gets naked,
No, but you
we got a
can't.
problem.
But you can't wait till it gets to that point. That's the
Naked?
point I'm trying to make.
all right.
All right, let's take a break. Thank God we figured this out. We should not have done this. I immediately regret reading this out loud.
Well, don't look at me,
Yeah,
man.
what do you mean?
I
You're-
tried to give you good advice.
You're the reason we shouldn't have done it. Stupid. Take a break. Hey, when's the last time you got a guy friend a birthday present? Okay.
like a buddy?
Yeah.
Zilch.
Doesn't happen, right?
Never.
No.
Grown-ass men getting each other birthday
Here's your
presents.
birthday present.
Okay. That being said,
Yeah.
there was a man we're going to tell you about from our area who got his buddy a birthday present.
Sad.
Just out of the blue.
Yeah, it's
How sad.
well, it's I'll let you decide.
Oh, it's that bad?
But what he
He's
did
stuttering?
what he did to get this birthday present has him in trouble with the law. And
Jesus.
and it has nothing to do with shoplifting or anything like that.
What a dunce.
We'll get into it next here in the break room. On CMF. Tommy, when is the last time you got an adult male friend a birthday gift?
Never.
Okay, it just doesn't happen, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
no reason.
So that's strange right there up front that
Oh,
you're
yeah.
getting your buddy a birthday gift.
Mm-hmm.
But what if I told you there is a man in trouble with the state DEC because the present he was planning on giving his buddy for his birthday?
What the hell did he grab?
Buckle up, because it's about to get weird. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:45. It is a wild card weekend football Friday.
It was going to be wild.
And we're all going to buckle in to watch this game on Sunday, but there is no need because you're going to find out everything that's going to happen before it happens. A Tommy Tells It Like It Is playoff edition. Just after 7:45 here on a Football Friday on CMF. So, Tommy, this story begins all the way back on December 15th.
What happened?
A resident from the town of Arcade near Batavia called the DEC, State Department of Environmental Conservation, after they witnessed someone shoot a turkey in their field.
Okay.
That
But
was
was it a wild turkey?
Wild
or like
turkey.
with the guy's turkey farm?
wild turkey.
Okay.
So that was a problem
All right.
because
That's bad.
it wasn't turkey season.
Ain't turkey season?
Yeah. I also assume you can't just go on anybody's property and shoot someone.
It sounds like trespassing.
The caller provided the DEC with a picture of a boot print from the suspect.
Damn.
Oh,
And as we
some
have
investigative work.
That's right, Kimmy.
Call out the turkey detectives.
And as we found out over the last few months, the
Yeah.
DEC goes way out of their way to investigate.
Yeah, they
this stuff.
tracked the stuff down, yeah.
And this story is no different. They eventually located the suspect's home where the DEC says they matched the boot print in the snow with one they found at the man's house.
So they checked the boot.
Yep.
Damn.
They also say they found 2 turkey feathers in the suspect's garage.
Damn.
Holy, this is like forensic guys.
Bro, this is now 3 stories where the state DEC is going way out of their
This
way.
is
I like it a little
CSI
bit.
crap.
It kind of is, yeah. Eventually, the DEC says the suspect admitted they shot the turkey.
So he came clean.
Yes, and even worse, he admitted he shot the turkey from the road, which is a big no-no.
Just to watch him die.
But he took the turkey with him, obviously.
He did. So, once again, the state DEC got their man. And Tommy, this story is very weird up to this point.
Well, yeah, because you said this guy was trying to score a buddy a birthday present.
That's the most bizarre part of this story.
All right.
According to the DEC,
What'd they say?
the suspect says they shot the turkey to give the turkey carcass to a friend for his birthday.
Because he couldn't do this himself.
Or you couldn't just go buy a turkey.
Yeah, he could do that. Nice butterball.
Save a lot of work.
Yeah.
Yeah. All the instructions are right
Yeah.
on the bag.
So, again, just to make sure we're all on the same page here,
Oh, my God.
this man, according to the DEC, shot a turkey out of season on someone else's property from their car as a birthday present for their friend.
I don't
Tommy.
want to know what he's got in the past.
Yeah, no kidding. I got you a human finger. And with all the disturbing things like in the story up to this point,
Yeah.
Tommy, what thing bothers you the most about this whole thing? What makes him the weirdest?
That this was a birthday present to a buddy.
That he got his buddy a birthday
Right.
present, right? Okay. Because guys don't get each other
No.
birthday presents unless we're so unliked that the only ones not getting presents, never mind. Kimmy,
Usually you buy your buddy a beer, a drink,
Yeah, like
something
if
like
you're
that if
out
you're
with
out.
the guy and
I'll
you're
take- yeah.
on his birthday.
Sure,
yeah,
Right.
that
sure.
makes sense.
It would be food or booze related.
yeah.
It wouldn't be wrapped or bloody
Kimmy,
carcass.
Kimmy, does your husband ever get birthday presents from his friends?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I can't remember a time where somebody specifically, a buddy of his, gave him a gift for his birthday.
Okay. But I'm trying to imagine why, of all the things you could present to a buddy for his birthday, this man decided to go with a dead turkey.
Yeah.
How do you wrap that,
Yeah. Quickly.
right?
Yeah.
And even more bizarre about this story,
Yeah.
like we said, the man, according to the DEC, shot the turkey from his car out of season. So this couldn't have been a planned gift.
Yeah. It was a drive-by gift.
Yeah, it's not like the guy was driving around. I would
I
assume.
saw that turkey and I thought of you.
Yes! Which is my second favorite Ribs Arkansas song. So that means, if the allegations are true, we can assume this man saw a turkey while driving.
Yeah.
And then
Pull around.
yep, thought to himself, you know
But
what?
also had a rifle or whatever you shoot a turkey.
Well, it's
with.
arcade. I think everyone's got a rifle in their
All
car
right.
at all times. But like he saw the turkey and thought, you know what? This is exactly what Dave would want to open on his 50th. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Are we missing
No.
something here?
Okay, I know it's weird to see a turkey and think of your buddy, but have there been gifts that you've seen where you're like, you know who would really like that? It's something like weird that your buddy likes, or, you know, like some show that he likes or something. So you think like, you know, I think he would really, that specifically looks like something that he would enjoy.
Oh, sure. I'm never going to buy it for him.
Yeah, I'm not going to pull the trigger. I would
Okay.
tell you about it.
Yeah. I'll come in and say, hey, you know what I saw at a store? It would be weird if I.
It would be so weird to sit at home and wrap a gift for another man.
Yeah.
And like sign it, bow.
Yeah. Happy birthday from your friend.
I'm not going to bow a bro.
You're not going to bow, bro?
No.
What about a bro bow?
Either way. I don't go either way.
No, like I can't imagine. I've known you for a long time.
Right.
I can't imagine what I would have to see that would be so remarkable for you that I would have to buy it and present it to you as a gift,
Right.
let alone a dead turkey. And
Because I'm just going to, whatever you give me, I'm going to make fun of it.
yeah, well, you're a dick. Like you throw.
Oh, because you would be all cool.
No, I would. You know me, man. I would at least pretend like I liked it.
Well, that's the same as mocking me.
Well, if I actually like it, I would.
Because I know
actually-
when you're BSing.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
Working with you is a lot of fun every day.
See?
Yeah, you nailed it. 252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about this story coming just outside of Batavia. A man was arrested after police say he shot a turkey from his car in a private field outside of turkey season. And after an investigation by the state DEC, he came clean and told the Department of Environmental Conservation that he did this to give the turkey to his friend as a birthday present. Let's talk to Brad. Hey, Brad, how are you, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing all right. How you doing this morning?
Good, Brad, what do you got?
Here's a weird thought to add on to the weirdness of this whole story.
All right.
What about the possibility that the guy actually shot the turkey because his buddy's a taxidermist?
Okay. Like he was, okay.
Yeah,
All right.
Granted, I don't justify the way he went about
So what would the gift be?
the turkey itself.
No,
Giving it to
more
him, he
work?
does it.
Here,
Hey,
do
a
this.
Trophy. It would be a trophy. You know, a wild turkey may not have one.
He's a taxidermist. He doesn't need more carcass, bro.
Well, but here's the thing, Brad, past that, like you're giving him more work. It's also not a turkey you shot, so
Right.
you're going to display a turkey someone else shot.
He's probably got a ton of this crap that people don't pick up.
Right? But I mean, come on. How many guys have you known that have trophies that they never really earned?
I mean,
You know,
Tommy's
they-
so untalented, he can't even find trophies that he hasn't earned. Hey, Brad, let me ask you a question. How old are you, buddy?
Yeah. 53.
All right, when's the last time you bought a buddy a birthday present?
Oh, God. That'd be about 10 years ago.
Okay. Do you remember what it was?
It was probably somebody got like from Spencer's Gifts, like a bag of farts.
Actually, I believe it was a bottle of alcohol is what I bought my buddy.
Okay, so that's just it. If you're going to do that, the only standard is a meal or alcohol, right? Or
Yes.
Can we decide
Yeah,
that?
alcohol or food. yeah.
Okay, all right. Hey, Brad, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
You too.
All right, take care. What would be your first reaction to getting a dead turkey for your birthday? Because like you said here and say you'd make fun of it. I don't think you would if that was sincerely given to you by a friend.
Like if somebody drove up and said, "Hey, man, I got your gift."
Yeah.
Open up the trunk. There's a dead turkey in his trunk.
Yeah.
I would start laughing like I'm getting played. Because what do I do with it?
You prepare it and eat it.
Prepare it how?
Well,
It's still got all the turkey on it. The stuff I don't eat. Like it's got the feathers and the dead face.
You take it to someone to process it.
Would it be,
Who's
I was gonna say,
that?
Would
Every-
it be weird to give a gift like that to somebody who hunts, who does know how to, clean it? and
He
stuff?
probably, but he can go get his own. That's the
Well, what
point.
if you said, "I saw a whopper of a turkey. Feed your family. Happy birthday."
How long does like the biggest turkey you could shoot last?
no idea.
Is it more than one meal? You make turkey soup.
I guess.
Is there some kind of tradition or custom in the hunting community where this would make sense? Like, do guys kill animals for each other on a regular basis?
They
Well,
give
I
it
would
to
think
him as
though,
gifts.
if you are a part of the hunting community, you're not cool with your buddy shooting something the way you went about it.
Yeah, it was illegally done
yeah, like,
too.
hey,
on top
why
of
do you
that.
have a turkey right now?
Good call.
And legitimate hunters hate these guys.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. But I am always begging for venison from hunters, and I never get any. Just if you were my friend listening, why don't I get venison? So I guess what I'm asking is, like, would the gift of meat like this be like, oh, my God, this is amazing?
No.
Okay.
Like, even if
well,
it
you're
was
not a
like-
hunter, I'm not a hunter, we don't know.
But let's say you got a buddy who fishes
yeah.
and he gets a big catch and it's your birthday. He knows you like salmon or whatever, right? Comes over, opens up the trunk. There's a whole bunch of dead salmon. They're not cleaned. Head's still on. You got to fillet them and clean them. But you get all this fresh salmon.
Bro, you have friends that live down in Florida, and you love grouper.
Oh, yeah.
If your buddy caught a grouper, put it on ice, and found a way to ship it up here whole, you would be over the moon.
It would be a pain in the ass.
No, but you would still, would you not take it somewhere to get processed so you could eat it?
I'd have to clean it at the house.
Okay, but would you do it? You would be excited.
I don't know if I'd be excited.
You just answered my question. All you do all the time. Oh, you can't get good grouper in Rochester.
You can't.
Is a sentence this man
you said.
multiple times.
You can't get it done right.
Multiple times. So, no, you would be excited.
That may be it. But I'm still pissed off. I got a dead fish in the house.
Think how your wife feels.
Thought you were going to go with my mom.
She gets after it. She's a live wire, buddy. Wire.
I get it.
All right, so the moral of the story, couple morals here.
Enjoy your dead carcass.
I guess, yes. Don't shoot animals out of season.
Right.
Don't shoot animals on private property.
Illegal, yeah.
Don't shoot animals out of cars. Don't give your friends birthday gifts.
Yes.
All of those covered?
Yes.
Absolutely fantastic. All right, let's take a break. Your Buffalo Bills take the field Sunday, 1 o'clock, in a win-or-go-home game against the Denver Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
A game you can listen to live right here on 96.5 WCMF. But there is no need to listen to, watch this game.
No.
Because a man across from me who said this morning that the quarterback from the Broncos' name is Bo Nixon
I was close.
is going to tell you everything that happens in this game on
I am.
Sunday. It's a Tommy Tells It Like It Is playoff edition next on a Football Friday on 96.5 WCMF. Bills, Broncos, 1 o'clock live Sunday right here on 96.5 WCMF.
Live.
Super Wild Card Weekend. If you want to watch the game,
Yeah, what did I do?
you could do it with the coolest gal we know.
What?
That's right. Kimmy's going to be hanging out at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chilai.
Lady K?
That's right.
In her wing clinic? Or she's putting some wings in.
Did you call me groovy earlier?
No, he called you.
I called you
I
one
said,
groovy
yeah,
chick. Yes,
yeah.
I did. Yes. Delicious food, fantastic drinks, and one groovy chick. Go hang out with Kimmy at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chilai. Watch this game Sunday with your friends from 96.5 WCMF. All right, the Bills are heavy favorites in this game.
Yeah.
But there is a strange trend
What's
that
that?
we're going to talk about at the end of this that may make your pucker hole pucker if you're a Bills fan. Because Tommy has to make some picks, and the stakes have not been any higher this
is
season.
it.
It is right here, right now.
Yeah.
Are we ready?
Mm-hmm.
Because some sports experts will tell you what you want to hear, but only women.
Some football experts will tell you what you want to hear. Our football expert tells you what you need to know. It's Tommy Tells It Like It Is in the Break Room on WCMF.
Over under 2.5
2.5.
touchdown passes for Josh Allen.
Oh.
Josh Allen is the MVP. And traditionally, he kicks it in a high gear for the playoffs.
Oh, yeah.
For all the shortcomings the Bills have experienced in January, Josh has never been the problem. He always plays well in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Now, Tommy, so you know, the Broncos' defense is good. They get a ton of sacks. In fact, I think they broke a franchise record this year for sacks in a season. They have one of the best corners in the NFL in Patrick Surtain. But the Broncos also give up a ton of big pass plays to running backs out of the backfield and tight ends. And if the Bills have a lot of one thing, it's talented running backs that can catch the ball and tight ends that know how to get open.
They got them bullets, bro.
Okay. Just so you know, since 2022, in 6 playoff games, Josh has thrown over 2 touchdowns in 4 games. All right? But he's only done it once in his last 3 playoff games.
Yeah, but he's on a roll right now, bro. He is crushing.
Okay.
When he gets loose, look out.
I need you to listen carefully.
I'm listening.
All right. We're
Right here.
talking over under 2.5 touchdown passes. Not total touchdown.
Passes in the air.
Passes for Josh Allen. Tommy, over under 2.5 touchdown passes for Josh.
If he catches one of his own passes, does it count?
Yes.
I have to ask that because that happened.
It's never going to happen again, but yes.
Could happen again.
It's happened once.
Technically, it can happen, yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
It can happen. I want to know. I don't want to get screwed.
Okay.
Of course, I'm taking the over, man.
Okay.
This is like describing cake.
This is like describing cake.
It's delicious. Eat it.
I mean,
Eat
Kenny,
all the Bills cake.
there are 2 things to factor in.
There we go.
All right, one,
What?
if the running game gets going, you stick with the running game.
Yeah.
I mean, you want Josh to have
You
fun,
don't
but
need him.
yeah, you want to save him. And 2, the Bills' ultimate goal is to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And I know there are Bills fans nervous about Sunday. It is. Anything can happen, right? But there is also a belief that the Bills will try to save their most explosive plays.
Okay, I don't get this.
Not
They're
showing their
hiding
hand.
these plays.
Yeah, I mean, it's what good teams do.
It's the same goddamn play every time. The kid runs over here and catches the ball. What the big mystery that they didn't realize?
Well, because
this
sometimes
guy
the kid
could
runs
do?
over there,
Well, who cares?
and then over there.
I ain't buying this. They're hiding these plays.
I mean, it
Okay.
kind of seems like the this has worked in the Bills' favor all season. Is the teams don't really know what they're going to throw at them up front. Like, are they going to stick with the running game? Are they going to let Josh Allen go off and be Josh? They don't even know who the number 1 receiver is going to be that game.
I
So
mean, she's right. I mean, look, if you look at the regular season, the Bills had exactly 30 passing and 30 rushing touchdowns
Okay.
all season long.
All right, so it's 50-50.
You got it.
So the weather looks like it's going to be pretty
cold.
cold, but not windy or crazy.
Yeah, wind will be good, clear.
It's going to be like 30 degrees.
yeah, and 20% chance of snow at kick.
So the weather will be no factor. So they can throw the ball.
yeah, yes. Over under 2.5 touchdown passes for Josh Allen.
Oh, I'm taking that over.
Okay.
It's going to be wild, baby.
Are you ready for your second pick?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Over under
You better be careful, Tommy.
1/2 a sack for Bills defensive end Greg Rousseau. Groot, as he is called, is coming into his own as a dominant defensive end. Although the Bills did have issues getting pressure at the time, or at times this season, Rousseau finished with 8 sacks.
Damn.
And he did it rotating in and out of the lineup. He averages about a sack every other game, and he only got 1/2 a sack against the Jets, so based on that, he's due. However, a couple of things you need to know. The Broncos have hardly given up any sacks this season. Per game, the Broncos give up less than a sack and a half. That is good for third best in the NFL, only behind the Packers at 2 and your Buffalo Bills at number 1.
Oh.
The other thing you need to know, Greg Rousseau has played in 6 playoff games in his NFL career.
And
in 6 games, he has 1 sack.
he's only got 1 sack?
In 6 playoff games. Does that mean he wilts when it matters most? Or does that mean he's breaking out on Sunday? Over under 1/2 a sack for Bills defensive end Greg Rousseau.
Well, he's got to feed that playoff dog, son.
Feed that playoff dog.
Son.
Always add with the sun.
Thank you. Always add with the sun.
It's always more condescending.
Ancient Chinese proverb. Always add with the sun.
So this Bo kid, he's a punk ass child.
Well,
He's
he's actually a
baby
little bit
Bo.
older than your average rookie.
Yeah, what, he spent 6 years in college?
Yeah, I
5,
think
6
he's
years?
like
Where,
24,
Alabama?
Oregon. Where was he?
I
there?
thought he-
Auburn.
I thought it was Alabama for some reason.
No.
Wait,
think so.
he couldn't even get to Alabama. Had to go to Auburn. Sad, sad little Bo.
I mean, look, Bo Nix can move. Like, he looks like baby Josh Allen, and we'll touch on that in just a second. But
Yeah, but baby style.
No, but I'm
With
saying, like,
baby legs.
he can move in and out of the pocket. He is able to negotiate when guys are coming at him. So, like,
But when's the last time they faced a team like Buffalo?
I mean, look, Buffalo's pass rush has not been exemplary this season.
I would say that Denver is kind of like the Buffalo of the past, where like they are kind of
Up and
they're
down.
peaking at the right time of the season, and they're kind of a team where they're a little bit unpredictable. They play hard. They may not be the most talented right now, but they can win a playoff game.
The Denver Broncos this season
Yeah, whatever.
are a carbon copy of the 2019 Buffalo Bills. Josh Allen's second season where they went to the playoffs and lost to the Texans.
To Houston. Right?
Yeah. I mean, they're almost exactly the same
Like they're not there yet, but they're still very capable of pulling off an upset.
Over under 1/2 a sack for Greg Rousseau.
I think Russo's going to do some Bo bashing. He's getting him a sack. And maybe more.
Oh, you want to call 2 sacks?
No.
Oh.
All right, you know what? Yeah.
2 sacks.
Yeah.
You got Greg Rousseau
Yeah.
getting 2 sacks.
It could get ugly. I think this game's going to get ugly.
Okay, save it. It's Tommy Tells It Like It Is on a Football Friday playoff edition on CMF. He is over 2.5 touchdown passes for Josh Allen. He is now over a sack and a half for Bills defensive end.
Well, you pushed me into it.
Well, no,
But you know, I'll take it.
What? You just talked yourself into it.
Yeah, you idiot. I said
We were
nothing.
moving on.
You said ugly, and I go 2 sacks, and you, I don't know. Okay, fine. You ready for your third pick?
Yeah, maybe.
Speaking of Bo,
Yeah.
over under 250 yards passing for Broncos quarterback Bo Nix. And if you have not watched rookie quarterback Bo Nix play, like we were just talking about, this weekend could feel like a flashback because this kid is a gunslinger. He grips it. He rips it. Sometimes it goes really well, and he makes jaw-dropping plays. Think, Kimmy, the 4th and 19 need to have a touchdown to get into overtime against the Bengals. Other times, he rears back, and it's a complete disaster.
Because he's a kid.
Yeah, and you wonder what the hell he was thinking. Tommy, watching Bo Nix play football is like watching year 1 and year 2 Josh Allen. It is the Bo Nix experience.
Not a big mistake.
You got to hold him back from himself.
Exactly. I don't think he's as talented as Josh.
Yeah.
But there are times where you go, wow. And there are other times where you go, get this kid off the field.
All right.
The Bills have given up a lot of passing yards in the last month of the season. But they also had a ton of injuries at safety and corner. At one point, Tommy, 3 of their 4 starting defensive backs were out, and they were starting practice squad guys at safety. Everyone, as far as we know, is healthy right now, which could bode well. And just so you know, in his last 5 games, getting the Broncos into the playoffs, Bo Nix threw for over 250 3 times.
Out of 5.
3 out of 5. That's 60%, buddy. Over under 250 yards passing for Broncos quarterback Bo Nix.
Well, a buddy of mine always tells me that a West Coast team coming east, no good.
But that same buddy would argue that
And-
Denver is not far enough West Coast for it to affect them.
It's at the Rockies, for God's sakes.
Yeah.
And
Rockies O-line.
and the altitude's different, right?
It would actually be better for them to be
Yeah.
Not
playing.
necessarily. People that are used to high altitude struggle at sea level.
Is that a
Did you just make that up?
fact?
No, it's the same way. It's a different atmosphere.
It's the same way, different
It
atmosphere.
messes with everything. Testosterone, all that stuff.
Mm.
So I'm thinking low testosterone.
No, it does not mess
time
with
change,
testosterone.
Different language. Gonna be off his game. He ain't getting no 250.
Look.
Because if you're telling me this kid's a young Josh Allen, right?
Could be. I mean, no, he
No,
played
you're saying he kind of mirrors Josh Allen.
the
at
way
that
he
age.
played at age.
Well, that means McDermott knows his style.
No.
And can get after this kid. He knows how Josh was back then and what his weaknesses are. So there's going to be some soft spots in baby Bo that Sean's going to get after.
But that's what makes guys
going to
like,
confuse him.
that's what makes guys that play like that so frustrating and hard to defend. There is no style. They just
They're
go for it.
unpredictable.
Yes, like what is going to happen?
In a
We
But
don't
then
good
know.
they
way
goad
and
him
a
into
bad way.
going for it, and that's when he coughs up the ball.
I also want you to consider
Ooh,
something.
write that down.
If you believe they take the
Well, we
third
don't
fewest
have to.
sacks in
We're
the
recording.
NFL. If you think the Bills are going to blow him out, he's going to have a ton of time where he's just throwing all game long, which could pad his stats in the back end. So
I
you
know
want
you like that.
over under 250
I'm
yards.
taking under. I'm not buying into this Denver. They're so awesome.
Nobody said they're so awesome.
You gotta put a little shine on.
I
the
literally
ball.
just presented a situation where the Bills could blow them out and he gets to 250 yards passing. Okay. The Bills are 8.5-point favorites against Denver. That is, by the way, that's moved a point towards the Broncos on Sunday night. They opened up at 9.5. The Bills have a weird history
About what?
of playing close wild card games under Sean McDermott and then blowing teams out every other year. You ready for this?
I am ready.
In 2020, they played the Colts at home, 3-point win. They blew out New England the year after, the perfect game that Josh threw. Year after that, Miami in 2022, 3-point win. They blew out Pittsburgh last year, which means if you are a believer in trends,
So you're thinking it's going to be tight.
it could be a tight game. If they go every other year, tight blowout, tight blowout, tight blowout, even creepier, Kirby, it's always 3 points.
Oh.
If the trend continues,
Yeah.
this is a one-possession win for the Bills.
Oh my God!
And the Broncos cover the 8.5. Tommy, do the Bills win? And if so, is it by more than 9 points?
Well, I'm thinking the Bills are going to win, obviously.
Okay, gotcha.
But then after that, farther afield, Pat.
Farther afield.
What are we looking at?
Get out of my effing face. Well, no, we're looking at 9 points. They would have to win by 9 or more to cover.
I think they're going to cover those 9 points.
Okay. All right. So
And
that's-
maybe just a sea hair more.
So it'll be a close game?
Oh no!
Well,
I think
what's a
it's going
sea
to be
hair,
a
Tommy? What's a sea hair?
mile high, kiss your ass goodbye, Bills, wild card, blowout. Bleh. Eat.
Again, if the Bills are concerned
They're not.
about their opponents down the road, they're not going to lay it on.
They may not have to.
Okay.
This is a young team that's not used to this. They're kids.
There
They
is-
got that creepy ass coach.
There is a.
who looks.
I do hate Sean Payton.
That guy makes my skin crawl. And I don't know why.
I'm with you. But look,
He's got that grimy New Orleans look to him. You know what I
Going,
mean?
going back to what you just said about them being Denver being a young team, there is a belief from some people that you can be too young and too dumb to know what you don't know.
Okay.
Do you get what I'm saying?
All right,
They don't
yeah.
understand that they're about to walk into a buzzsaw. They're just happy to be there and having a
All
good
right,
time.
so they think they're playing loose with the house money.
I mean, it is house money.
Yeah.
Their season is already an overwhelming success.
All right.
All right, so you have the Bills winning, covering, and a blowout.
Yeah.
Okay.
Super ass blowout.
All right, we will have our good buddies from 95.7 The Fan, Mike Danger, and from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, Ryan Duffy.
Ryan Duffy, not so fast. Wild card buddy. So I predict.
He just looked off to the right. He has nothing. He is unprepared.
I am.
Look at you see it? If you're watching live
If
stream,
you're betting,
You knew this is coming.
this is a rocking chair bet.
shut up, man.
This is a rocking chair.
Do not take this man's
If you
gambling
got
advice.
stuff to do in the fourth quarter, go do it because it won't matter.
So
It will not matter. The
You already
fourth
called a
quarter-
blowout. That's not
The
a.
know,
fourth
so what's your-
quarter will not matter in this game.
What does that even mean?
It'll be done. It'll be done by the third
No, well,
quarter.
the
Okay.
game will still be going on,
Yes.
so it won't be
But it
done.
won't matter.
Okay,
Go.
we need a number. How much
Okay,
are they
so
ahead?
how much will it not matter? Will it not matter enough where Josh Allen comes out of the game?
There you go.
Oh, yeah. Because
That's
they're
how
gonna
you
save
know it
his
won't
arm.
matter.
Yeah.
Okay, so your bonus pick.
At one point in the fourth quarter, Josh will be hat on, laughing, high-fiving on the side.
Oh, no, you said the fourth quarter won't
We're
matter.
gonna get a
It won't matter. It's
Trubisky-
what I'm saying. He'll have his hat on.
So
We're going to get a Trubisky fourth quarter.
Oh, yeah.
So wait, so that means
Mitch the bitch will be on the field in the fourth quarter.
if the fourth quarter doesn't matter, that means Josh will not be taking a snap in the fourth quarter.
I wouldn't say that.
Oh, what happened?
But I
Mr.
would say that it'll be over. It'll be over.
Well, the game will be over.
Oh, you want me to say it's not? He doesn't play the fourth quarter?
Well, no, I'm asking what your prediction is.
Yeah.
No, 'cause
Well,
you're-
I just said it, but you keep pushing me.
Because if the Bills are up 14 with 3 minutes to go because they scored on their last drive and Mitch comes in and takes a knee, you're going to go, see, and that's not what you're predicting. How many snaps does Mitchell Trubisky get in relief of Josh Allen because they're out of
Well,
hand?
how many snaps does Josh get in the fourth?
No, I want a Mitch snap count.
You want a Mitch snap?
I want a Mitch snap.
Total snaps?
Total snaps for Mitchell Trubisky.
Well, what? How many snaps does a quarterback normally get?
You tell me, football expert.
I don't know. Nobody knows that stat.
I can tell you
don't
right
know
now.
that stat.
Give me a number.
I don't know.
50% of the more or less than 50% of the snaps in the fourth
He'll
quarter.
get more than 50% of the
Okay.
snaps.
Okay, you
All right.
can go find that stat because I ain't doing that.
all
one.
right,
I got
you know
money.
what? I'll make it
But
easy
we'll
on
know
you.
by the end of the game if
Josh
he
doesn't
played
play the
more than
fourth quarter.
the-
There you
more
go.
than half
He
the
sits
fourth
down,
quarter.
puts the hat
You're
on.
such a
He's
pansy.
done.
You're such a pansy.
He's already talking to the sideline reporters.
You
and
went to that because you didn't want to think of a number
He's
because
throwing
your
the ball
brain
to
doesn't
kids.
work.
He's throwing the ball to kids. He might even order a hot dog.
All you had to do was say like 7, and we would have been done.
No,
but
no.
you're such a scared ass bitch.
No, because you push and push and push. You run your
Yeah,
goddamn
because
mouth.
because you get so
Yeah, we're
vague
not
with
leaving
your-
any wiggle room here.
What are you doing? A bitch machine gun? All right.
There you have it.
Mike Danger from 95.7 The Fan.
Place your bets.
And from the Let's Go Duffalo. Do not take this man's
This
gambling.
is Rockin' Chair.
Let's Go Duffalo podcast. Ryan Duffy just after 9 to recap Tommy's picks here on CMF. I mean, Tommy, I understand why you're stressed out.
I'm not stressed out.
You're a man who sacrifices.
I
the
do sacrifice.
For the people you love.
Oh, yeah.
Like, for example, Tommy came in here the other day bitching and moaning because he did not have this very valuable piece of equipment to keep your pants up on.
Yes.
And there's a reason.
Yeah.
Because you are convinced
Mm-hmm.
that if you were to disturb this person, you are, in fact, the villain.
Yes, you are.
I don't know, man.
Because you think you're not.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. The things we do for the people we love.
For love, Patrick, love.
You don't have a relationship without sacrifice.
You got to.
But at the same time, you cannot totally live for someone else. You have to know when to be selfish and when their needs are important.
Mm-hmm.
Tommy Muley is usually the most selfish man in America. But that changes today because of the sacrifice he has made for his loving wife. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. We'll jump right into it.
Go ahead.
Earlier this week, Tommy walks in the studio at 5:15.
Yep.
Right? As he usually does.
Yep.
And right away, he starts bitching.
Well, I was bitching because my britches was hanging low.
You didn't have what, Tommy?
Didn't have my belt on.
Didn't have his fancy ass, whatever foreign country he got it from.
Canada.
Canadian belt.
I thought he goes to Canada to get his belt.
Wait, do you get Canadian belts?
Well, when I'm up there in Toronto.
You better load up next time you go up, buddy.
Oh, yeah.
Just saying.
Those tariffs.
So you didn't have a belt on.
Didn't have a belt on, so my britches was, sagging.
Mm-hmm. And you said you realized walking out the door you forgot your belt.
Right.
And I asked a very simple question.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, why didn't you go back for the belt?
All right, so I always lay my clothes out in the other room the night before so I don't wake up my wife up in the morning, so they're out in the other room.
Yeah, most divas lay their clothes out before their performances.
You lay your clothes out just as much as I do, you lying
Look
sack.
how sensitive you go. What are we all doing, guys?
Kimmy's the only one that just jumps in her clothes and goes.
I do.
So I lay my clothes out. I'm all set, but I realize the belt is back in the bedroom.
Oh.
And it is 4:45 in the morning.
Okay.
So
You've already exited the bedroom.
bedroom's done. I basically shut down the house. I'm getting ready to leave, and I realized no belt.
Yeah.
So I got to go beltless because I'm not going to go back. Because if I go in the room, the dog's going to wake up, and then she's going to want to go outside and get crazy. So I can't go in.
Okay.
So I just got to screw the belt, just walk around holding up your pants, whatever you got to do.
All right. So, Tommy, you're a very regimented person.
Oh, yeah. And it bothered me. I was not wearing a belt.
Oh, no, we heard all about it all morning long, every 45 seconds. But, I mean, you having anything thrown off, like you said, your day sucks forever. I am very surprised that you prioritized your wife's comfort over the rest of your day. Because I'm going back in that room and I'm getting my belt.
Yeah, but by the way, you ain't quiet.
I'm very quiet.
No, you're not.
Nope. If you're anything like my husband, you think you're quiet.
Bro,
You're not quiet.
You got them clod hoppers on, knuckle dragging. You can't go anywhere. You sound like a bulldozer with a broken tread.
You trying to be quiet is actually probably louder than you just going in there and getting
I'm
what you
quiet
need.
because I'm dainty.
Okay.
I know it. I'm petite.
I have a theory that I've had for years. The person who gets up first gets to decide how things go.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, no, it's true.
Bro,
Look,
I gotta live my life like I broke into that house and I gotta stay quiet.
no, you don't. You're just being a bitch. Look, I am very conscious of my wife when I get up in the morning. I keep the lights off while I'm getting ready. I'm super quiet. I do my best to not disturb her at 2:30 in the morning. But there are times where I have left the house, forgot like my breakfast or my phone or whatever, and every time I go back, I unlock the front door, the dogs freak out, she comes running out of our room thinking someone broke in, and I'm sorry. I'll say I'm sorry, I am. But
I ain't doing
I
that.
can't go the
No,
day without those
That
things.
is
No.
you.
I
is
have
a
to make a
moaning dick.
decision
No.
if it's something that if it's
It's
my
gotta be-
phone, that's really the only reason
Yeah.
I am going back in through the front door to get my stuff. Because otherwise, to your point, I'm not taking that risk.
Yeah. Plus, you just described what you're trying to avoid. The dogs are going crazy. You
Yes.
wake up your wife. She thinks all hell's breaking loose. And I'm not going to do that over. And by the way, you didn't get your little diced up watermelon?
Yeah, I
today?
need my breakfast,
Oh,
yeah.
I need my breakfast.
I do need my breakfast.
I need my yogurt where I lick the lid like I'm Linda Lovelace in the 70s.
Kimmy doesn't know who that is.
Well, she does now because every morning I got to watch you do your yogurt money shot in front of you.
Hey, how much bacon did you have for breakfast this morning?
All of it.
What did you eat for
Yeah,
breakfast?
bacon and bourbon.
What
buddy.
did you eat?
I had a yogurt, but I'm not some lid-licking moron. What a
Look.
yogurt slut.
Wow. It's simple math.
No, the math is
Here's why.
your ass in trouble.
My wife, if I wake her up at 2:30 in the morning, will get to go back to bed for 4 more hours. I will not make it 9 hours out of the house without the stuff that I forgot. It's simple
But it's
math.
reciprocal because if you want to take your midday nap, she's going to be quiet for you.
Oh, your wife's quiet for your midday nap?
Yeah.
Oh, really? If she's
Yeah.
got something to do.
Yes.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Yeah.
Why you lie, you bitch-ass bitch?
Well, but you're also a
a heavy
heavy
sleeper.
sleeper, so
I don't
you
wake
don't.
up.
Yeah, you don't.
I'm a stone.
She can probably
no kidding.
go about her day as normal, and you're not even going to be affected.
If I lay on my good ear, I'm telling you, man, my right ear, I got like 80% left, and my left ear, I got like 30. So if I lay on my right ear, it's silent.
They say when he lays on his good ear, he won't wake up for nothing. All right. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Does the early riser or the late sleeper dictate how a morning goes? Is there a discussion ever between couples about this, or does it just happen naturally? Have you ever discussed this with your wife?
No, it just like most of these routines just kind of fall into play.
Okay.
Like you just kind of work around each other.
Yeah, because I've never talked about this. Kimmy, have you with your husband?
Because you got the same problem I got.
Yeah, I mean, my husband's a pretty heavy sleeper too. Like he will just remain snoring through me getting ready.
Much like the honeymoon.
I am the opposite. I wake up to everything, and he, like, now that he has a job where he could be getting up early on the weekends and stuff, like, once he's up, like, I'm up now. I'm
So
not
he
going
ain't
back
quiet.
to sleep. No, he's
By
not
the way-
quiet. Not only that, but his alarm is on full blast, and he will let it go for a solid 5 minutes. And that's if he doesn't hit the snooze 10 times beforehand.
People like Kimmy are so full of crap. Once I'm up, I can't get up.
No, I'm serious. Once I'm up, my body's like, okay, it's coffee time. Like, let's go.
Look, there was always someone in the relationship. Oh, okay, let me put it this way.
Yeah.
If the shoe were on the other foot, I would,
All right, so if I'm sleeping in, my wife's up.
and same thing with my wife, right? I would care more about her day than me laying in bed for a little while awake. I would much rather her go back and get her stuff that she needs to accomplish.
Oh, yeah, me too. I'm not saying nothing.
Okay, no, and that's
She
not,
can come out and throw every light on like it's a lighthouse.
it's not that I'm not saying nothing. Even if, I mean, I don't need to say anything because I understand it. Therefore, I expect the same in reciprocation from my wife.
Yeah, but there's husband reciprocation
You're such a
and there's wife reciprocation.
You are such a
and they
bitch.
are different. You always think everything's just level playing field.
Yes, it is. Everything's level playing
But
field.
estrogen and everything else gets mixed into the picture, and testosterone, and it unevens the field.
I don't want to know what Instagram rabbit hole you went down this weekend
Oh.
where testosterone has come up multiple times now. Like what podcast you're now listening to.
Well, I gotta watch I got the low T, bro. I gotta watch it.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy forgot his belt the other morning, was bitching about it all morning long, and he forgot his belt because when he left his room and didn't have it, he refused to go back into the bedroom where his wife was still asleep because we get up super early and wake her up. There's always someone in the relationship who wakes up earlier than the other one,
Oh,
right?
sure, yeah.
What percentage of couples do you think have the same wake-up time every day?
Zero.
I
It has to
I
be
always wonder
zero.
that, and I don't know how they do it. Like, I
Right.
would rather be on two separate schedules, whether or not I'm up earlier than I need to be, because I can't imagine like getting ready together.
Yep.
You'd be bumping into each other, trying to do your normal routine, like who makes their coffee first, who gets the bathroom sink first.
But even I know like retired couples that they still one gets up earlier than the other. It's just the way it is.
Is it because
It's their routine all their life. They kind of stick with it.
do you think that your body naturally gets up before or after your partner so you're not inconvenienced? Because like you brought up fighting for sink space, fighting
Yeah.
for breakfast space, getting
Right.
dressed, all that stuff. Something as simple as a morning dump.
Yes.
Like somebody's getting a good bathroom. If you have more, if you only have one bathroom, what do you do? You can't dump together.
No.
You're not going to do a double decker.
No. How would that even work?
You sit down and you
I
spread
know
your
what he
legs.
would
No,
think
no.
about.
You just said, how would that work? And I'm trying to explain it
Hey.
to you.
Well, that
Called
would
a
also be
double-decker.
more-
I'm pretty sure every wife has passed it on the double decker.
Well, sometimes it's an emergency.
I would also say that's more of a you problem than your wife problem, because you guys love to just spend as long as possible.
I
in the
love how
bathroom
Kimmy's
doing your
become a
thing.
1950s female Catskills comedian. Men are always in the bathroom.
You are.
And women be shopping.
I don't know what you're doing in there.
But when we remodeled our house, we kind of designed it for all these situations. So we have two sinks.
Can we just
We have a door for the dumper. We have an upstairs dumper, but we have a door and a fan inside. You've seen my bathroom.
Yeah, separate room for
It's like
the
a water
toilet.
closet almost. Yeah,
Okay, so two things.
that's what it's
Call
called.
it a water
It's
closet.
what it's called.
You bitch-ass
It's where
bitch.
you make water.
All right. So there's been a lot of douchey things said on the show in the past.
We designed our house for.
Well, we remodeled.
But like what you said may have been the Pittsburgh douchiest thing you've ever said. Past that, you didn't remodel anything. You live in a house that was remodeled by the owner. You are pretty much a kid who lives in an apartment on his mommy and daddy's trust fund.
Well, I still have it.
No, you don't actually.
Oh, you don't have 2 sinks in your bathroom?
Oh no! Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, we do have 2 sinks.
Right, so you can you don't need.
Yeah,
to,
but my name's in the mortgage, so I actually have 2 sinks. I have one. My wife has
Bro,
one.
you're like that much of that mortgage.
Your
wife's got like this. You got like that.
You get to look at your wife's 2 sinks and borrow one of hers if she lets you.
Yeah, they're on loan.
I don't know, man. I'm with you. I would rather have the staggered get up. Like, here's the thing. Like, if it was like get up, because there are times in the weekend when we'll get up at the same time, and it does. She's at work, right? Yeah, drives me nuts.
No, but it is nice if you're the first one up. You got the whole place to yourself, basically.
Yeah.
You are
and
right.
you can just navigate. You don't have to navigate around anybody. So being the first one up is better.
I agree with
second
you.
man
There
in
is
or woman.
Second man in. It's a 5-minute
some
game
pressure,
misconduct.
though, when you're the first one up. I mean, you still have to be like you still are very
Be quiet.
aware of what you're doing at
But
all times.
no impedance to the crapper, to the coffee.
Don't get
everything.
those 2 mixed up.
Yeah, boy.
End up with a double decker.
I think they call it an Americano.
Cafe au spray.
Ew.
Does getting up before your partner breed resentment?
Why?
Okay, I'm not going to lie. There are mornings where my alarm goes off at 2:30 and I am exhausted
Yeah.
and I would kill someone for 1 more hour of sleep.
Yeah.
And I roll over and I see my wife peacefully resting,
Yeah.
not a care in the world, not getting out of bed for another 4 hours, and I hate her.
I'm sure.
I hate her.
Yeah.
Serious question. We need this study. Do couples who have different wake-up times have stronger relationships, or does it cause more stress? Because I agree with you, having the time to get ready is great.
Mm-hmm.
But I do resent my wife every once in a while for being able to sleep in.
So you have rest resentment.
Rest rage.
Rest rage.
Yeah, I have rest rage. Kimmy,
Okay.
like when you get out of bed and your husband has another 4 or 5 hours of sleep left, do you resent him even though it's not his fault?
I don't resent him, but I find myself like looking at the clock and like being, how is he not up yet?
That's resentment.
Why is he not up?
That
yet?
is the definition of resentment.
Yes.
No, but I'm not like I don't want to also be sleeping.
Okay,
you know
gotcha.
what I mean? It's just one of those things where I don't understand how he's still sleeping. Like he sleeps like a teenager.
Okay.
Like if nothing wakes him up, he'll sleep until noon.
I would kill. Like, you don't want to know the money I would spend to have just 1 week of teenage sleep.
Well, yeah, but kids ruin your sleep.
Yeah, but don't you feel like if you sleep
Forever.
that long, you like slept the day away? I don't like the way I feel if I sleep that long.
Yeah, Kimmy's a real go-getter. She gets up and stays in her pajamas,
I do.
then watches
I
TV,
mean, I am up though.
then orders DoorDash, then watches more TV. Like, you don't do anything.
No, I'll if it's nice out, like I'll go outside. I'll like no. I'll get some outdoor work done. Like I am up and doing stuff before he
I
gets
mean, she's
out
got
of
the
bed.
clothes for it. She's always dressed for weeding.
Going even
I
further.
enjoy weeding. Is that weird?
Yeah.
It's kind of therapeutic.
Going even further with this breeding resentment when someone gets up earlier than the other.
Yeah.
Every day, if someone gets up earlier than the other, the two of you are going to be tired at different times.
Yeah.
And that causes friction. I can speak
Sure.
for that for personal
Oh, yeah.
experience, right? But if you have the same wake-up time and you're both tired at the same time, maybe you're both unreasonable at the same time, which could lead to more fights. Which one's worse? 2 tired at the same time or 1 tired, 1 not tired?
I guess 2 tired at the same time, it's a push. So nobody can complain.
Okay. But you're still going to be not – I mean, you know what it's like when you're exhausted.
But she's also exhausted, so nobody can really go, well, you're always tired, when she's also always tired.
Okay, good point.
You know what I mean? That kind of nixes that argument.
No, there have been times where I've caught myself where my wife is having a perfectly reasonable conversation with me, and she'll say something, and I'm just exhausted, and I'll be like, whatever. It's like, I walk away. It's like, wow, it was
Yeah.
That was
should
overreacting.
Not good.
I mean, Kimmy, you've done that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, all
but
right.
she
Just
can
short
do
with
it. You
everybody.
can't.
No, yeah, but you can, but you still don't want to.
I don't want to be that dick. It's not.
Nobody wants to be that dick.
Makes you more miserable.
And then I got to, like, walk it back. Or the worst is, like,
Oh, the walk back?
well, past the walk back, I know that you can just close your eyes and go to sleep amongst anything, right?
Mhm.
Like, nuclear blast, you're out.
Yeah.
But does your wife try to keep you up as a weapon if you're in an argument?
I'm trying to think. Probably. I'm sure at some point.
Have you ever done this to your husband, Kimmy?
Keep him up.
So, like, if
I'm usually the one that falls asleep first.
Okay, so like if I'm exhausted
Mm-hmm.
and my wife and I get in an argument, I know she's doing this and she won't admit it. She will. I got my CPAP machine, so I will lay in bed. Okay, fine. Good night. Whatever. Put the.
So the universal sign of we're done here.
Yes, that is the absolute I am going to bed. And she won't say anything. She'll give me the silent treatment for 10 minutes. I'll put the CPAP machine on, turn it on for 2 minutes. And you know what? And now I take it back off again, right? And then, okay, fine, we're done. Fine. Okay. And then another thing. I know she's intentionally keeping me awake as a punishment for fighting with her.
I think every marriage has had that.
Okay.
For sure.
I feel like an astronaut that keeps running out of oxygen.
Oh, the dead ones?
All right, let's take a break. You got to watch out for scams.
Oh, yeah. Are they coming back?
Well, online, on phone, via text, they're everywhere, Tommy. And, there's lots of tips. They say it's easy to avoid these things if you're smart.
All right.
But if this place is getting got to the degree they got,
They getting got?
what chance do the rest of us have? And maybe the arrogance of no one will ever get me is what's causing this to skyrocket. We'll tell you what one town in the greater Rochester area fell for and what it cost them. Next here in the break room on CMF. Your pride will be the death of you.
Oh, yeah.
Because most people think they could never fall victim to something like this.
Be a sucker.
They're too smart. And that's when they got you. Because if an entire town government can make this mistake, you'd have to think the rest of us are just as, if not more, vulnerable than they are.
Man, the whole town fell for it.
You didn't see the story?
No, I did not.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, Mike Danger from 95.7 The Fan, and from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, Ryan Duffy.
RD's coming in?
Coming in about 25 minutes to recap Tommy's picks. We have no idea what Ryan will be. He's not here yet, but there are guesses up. A bud of weed, giant bud of weed from Shelley. That was a guess.
Oh, I forgot, yeah.
For Denver. We had John Denver. We had Denver Omelet. So we'll see what it is. Just after 9 o'clock on a Football Friday here on CMF. The bank accounts for the town of Webster are a bit lighter this morning.
What happened?
According to 13 Wham, the town fell victim to a phishing scam.
Phishing scam?
With a PH. That's those emails they send you and you click on a link and boom.
Yeah.
Authorities say it happened back in November when a scam artist posed as a contractor that town officials had been in contact with. So this wasn't some Nigerian prince. This wasn't an old man thinking they were talking to some smoking hot woman.
Yeah.
This is a town speaking to what they thought was a businessman they were already working with.
Okay.
When it was all said and done, the town of Webster lost
How much?
$520,000.
Holy.
$275.67.
Over a half a mil house.
Yes. Very specific number.
Yeah.
God damn.
I got to get that extra 67 cents.
Maybe it looked less suspicious.
Yeah, that's a good call. Like
Yeah.
if I just give, I need $500,000. Okay. So the town of Webster,
Yeah.
as a town, lost $500,000 to this phishing scam.
God
And
damn.
nobody caught it until it was too late.
Yeah.
Somebody's in trouble.
Well, here's the thing. It's where it gets interesting, Kimmy.
What are they saying?
There's good news
Okay.
for Webster residents. They are likely going to get all of the money back.
How?
So the Webster Police Department says they were able to recover more than $300,000 of the original money after they figured out
That's
what happened.
amazing.
So they know who did it then?
Yes.
Or they tracked it down?
Yeah,
Or, yeah,
because
they-
usually, like, you just kind of figure that money's gone,
Right.
And in a lot of cases we read about, like, rarely do they recover the money.
You got it. So they got $300,000 back. The rest of the money is going to be covered by cyber insurance that the town of Webster purchased last year.
Thank God they purchased that.
No kidding. But I
But
didn't.
by the way, those rates are going up.
I can't believe that exists.
Did you guys know cyber scam
No.
insurance existed?
No, and I guess you may need to invest. So, but
By the way, all of this according to 13 Wham.
so somebody physically had to fall for this.
Well, they clicked. I mean, they were probably dealing in an
Yeah.
email with someone they thought was a
Yeah.
business person,
Yeah.
right? And this story makes one thing
What's that?
very clear.
What did I say?
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy, we see stories on the news all the time warning people about the dangers of online scammers.
Mm-hmm.
And you see these horror stories of people losing their life savings. But I think most people who see these scammer stories chuckle a little bit.
Yeah.
Those people are dumb,
Mm-hmm.
and they're gullible, and I am brilliant, and I would never fall for something like this. And that's when they got you.
Get you?
Because not only did Webster got
Mm-hmm.
to the tune of $500,000, but they had prepared themselves for
Yes.
getting got.
All right.
They looked ahead knowing this was a possibility.
Yeah.
Great move.
Oh, yeah.
Thank
No,
goodness
but
they
it's,
did.
It's tough to admit that ahead of time, right?
But
It's
well,
possible that somebody here, gets taken.
you got it.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Think about this. If a company is willing to sell cyber fraud insurance to towns and businesses, it doesn't leave much faith that every day regular people who don't have layers of protection and multiple people in an office to back them up
Yeah.
won't find themselves in one of these scam situations.
True.
And I mean, look, I'm not saying that like the town of Webster hires nothing but like, brilliant geniuses,
Yeah.
with all due respect over there. What I'm saying is, if they had the wherewithal based on, I'm sure, numbers that they saw from other places to go, this is a possibility enough where we should pay to protect ourselves, it's going to happen to you at some point.
Yeah, probably.
Right?
I think everybody's experienced something.
Would you rather have it happen to you personally or happen to you at work? Only because you're not losing your money at work, but you could be losing your job,
That's a good question.
and you
Well, the
could be
job's
facing a
even
lot
worse.
of embarrassment.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, look, we've seen people lose hundreds of thousands of dollars. You can get another job. You can't get that money back.
True.
All right, there's three scenarios let's paint here. One, Kimmy, you lose your personal funds, never get it back.
Yeah.
2, You lose your job's money, you get fired.
Yeah.
3, you lose your job's money, you don't get fired.
Ooh.
But everybody knows what
Yeah,
happened.
yeah.
Which is the worst scenario of the 3?
You keep your job, but now you're that guy.
And everybody's going to refer to you as that guy forever.
And I think everybody has an idea, Orc, of who's capable of it. Not saying like that they would be the ones, but you kind of think like, that guy's more likely to fall for it than the rest of us.
But that also makes you more vulnerable because, I mean, look, man, when you start to feel comfortable somewhere, when you start to believe your own BS, you're less.
The guard comes down.
There you go. Thank you.
Yeah.
But here's the thing.
Right.
I'm looking at you.
Yeah.
And I think you think you're too smart to fall for this stuff.
Well, I mean, I get those scam texts all the time.
Uh-huh.
I don't fall for them.
Yet. I mean, you are a man.
I mean, there have been some where I'm suspicious. I start to look into it because I'm like, this could be true. Like it does make me think. It's not like I always know right away that something's a scam. Like I know not to click on it right away.
I don't click on it.
But I don't know if this is something that I should be paying attention to. Like if this is an actual issue that somebody's trying to contact me about, or if this is a scam. I do have to do some research. 252
WCMF. To your point, Kimmy, they've gotten so good at these scams. Did everyone in Rochester get that post office text in the month of December?
Yes, it's held up, and we need your information.
Yeah, if you haven't seen it, package is delayed. Here is a link to click on.
Yeah.
And they pretend, and there's a whole bunch of other ones, too. They pretend to be your bank, cell phone company,
Yeah.
the water department.
Amazon ones specifically.
Yeah, and they will send you to a site where they ask you to pay a bill or a fine or whatever.
Give them all your information.
Exactly.
To track down that package.
And these sites are clones.
But they bombard you like crazy.
You got it.
So they must be working.
Well, I mean, bro, I think they're working at a higher clip than we assume because, let's be real, the lives we all live, there is an issue. If there's an issue with the bank or the water department or Amazon or whatever, you just want to get it taken care of.
Yeah.
So your guard can come down and boom, you got. And past that, there is such an embarrassment for some people to admit they got. I think there is a line of money they could lose where they wouldn't tell anybody about it.
For sure.
Which makes it seem like this is not as prominent as it actually is.
If it's a couple $100, you may just let it slide.
Yeah, I mean, look, I made a mistake. It's stupid.
But
I don't want
talking.
Yeah, I don't want people to know what I did, so I'm just going to let it go.
Yes.
But that in that way, law enforcement authorities, other people don't know that this is a scam that they could get popped with. Right?
But you might also feel like you don't want to bother anybody with this if it's, $100. Like, yes, you're going to take care of it on your own, but I don't know. The embarrassment combined with, am I going to make this an issue for somebody over $100?
Because there's always two people in the house, right? The ones that'll let it go and the ones that never let it go.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
My wife is tracking that down.
Well, what are you going to? She's going to fly to India to get $100?
I don't want to know.
252 WCMF. The town of Webster. We find out yesterday, according to 13 Wham, was the victim of a phishing scam. Authorities say back in November, a scam artist poses a contractor the town had been dealing with and bilked them out of $520,000. The good news is the Webster Police Department got $300,000 of that back, and the rest of the money is covered by cyber insurance that the town of Webster purchased last year. But again, if they are selling cyber insurance and a place like the town of Webster can fall victim to something like this, looping back to what we talked about before, it kind of feels like we are at a point in society for everybody where it's not a matter of if you get scammed, it's a matter of when you get scammed.
Oh, yeah.
They will come up with something at some point where you click or pay or give them some kind of information and, oh, my God, what have I just done?
So go get yourself some cyber insurance.
Can you Google if the average person can buy cyber insurance, Kimmy? Thank you.
I'm guessing they sell it to anybody, right? They want to make money.
I would assume it's got to be pretty expensive.
Well, no, I don't know. I mean, like, I can't.
Like, it's got to cap out, though, right? Like, how much am I covered for?
Well, I don't know. I mean, think of like
a G?
Think of some billion. Oh, you're talking about for the average
like,
person.
if I want to buy insurance where I'm covered, like, what am I covered up to?
Well, look,
and how much I got to pay a month?
They'll take your money. Like, I mean, you see what Tina Turner insured her legs.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, they'll
but
cover
those
you
are
for
some pins, bro.
Bro, you know, love those Tina Turner.
And that Clipper, goddamn.
So the quick answer.
Clipper for money.
Big Clipper, keep on turning.
So the quick answer from Google here is yes, the average person can buy cyber insurance.
Okay.
It seems like you can add it on to your existing homeowners or renters insurance policy. Says it can be relatively affordable. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, they always say that.
Um,
That's what they
yeah,
get. That's the real scam.
protect
buddy.
individuals from financial losses due to cyber attacks and identity theft.
Identity theft.
I would say
Identity
somebody
theft.
like you with kids that may have access to stuff that might be worth it,
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
right?
Oh, man.
Oh yeah,
Like a
think
big
of what
mistake
your
your kid could
kids
make?
click on.
You don't even know.
Oh. Yeah, I don't like that at all. I didn't even
You
think
may
about
be
that.
getting scammed
Well, I
right
can put
now,
you in
and
some
don't even
insurance
know it.
today, actually.
All right, let me ask you a question.
Good.
Because you said you are concerned about this.
I am.
Right? You admit you could fall victim to
Yeah,
it.
absolutely.
Now that you know it's affordable and you can add it on to your homeowners, are you going to go buy cyber insurance?
No.
Why?
Because I'm lazy. And it's never going to happen to me.
Didn't it
I'm
happen
too
to
smart for these.
Didn't you go to like the wrong website for some
Yeah, it did
government
happen to you.
paperwork or something?
I did. But I still don't want to do it, man. Then I got to pay more. I'm already paying over here, paying over there.
No,
Yeah,
but
how much?
But God forbid you end up in a spot where you're out thousands of dollars.
I know. I know the sales pitch.
No, I'm just saying, man. Like, there's a bunch of people in California and Florida who decided they didn't need homeowners insurance and are now rebuilding everything this morning because it'll never happen to me, right? I mean, like with the disasters we've seen, this would be a personal disaster.
And
Yeah.
and you're also forgetting, even if you don't think you personally would ever fall for something,
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't mean a coworker or somebody with access to your information
Ooh, good call.
Yeah, don't trust
that
your coworker.
could get hacked, and then you're exposed even when you didn't do a thing.
Hey, how does that work?
Well, okay, let's.
Through
if you
work-
get hacked, I
through
might
your
get hacked.
workplace. I
Kimmy-
mean,
Kimmy-
they have all of our information saved.
She brings up a great point. We told you a story yesterday. Just east of us, 7 kids were arrested after police say they hacked into their high school's portal.
Right, right, right.
Now, they didn't change any grades, but they did see things they weren't supposed to see, and they changed some other information. But somebody had brought up in that discussion that those high school portals have all kinds of information in there that could be sold.
My information is
yes.
in there.
I mean, that would be an example
But
of
I
that.
always thought, like, let's say, like, your dentist, your doctor, everybody's got all your information.
Yeah.
And they get hacked and my stuff got stolen. I thought that was on them
I don't know.
because
Be
they
honest
had
with
they allowed that to happen.
I have no idea.
I'm just assuming that I could sue my doctor.
Well, we've also seen.
Pre-fingering.
I wouldn't do it pre. That's going to be a rough fingering.
Yeah, it's true. After fingering? After the fingering.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Ben. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
Speaking of
Pretty
fingers,
good. How you guys doing?
Good, man. What's up?
it's a human fingering.
So I got a few months ago because of my mom. You know, Verizon always calls you if there's a problem. From Verizon, I didn't click in my head. I just saw a number, and they said, "Hey, this is Verizon." I'm like, "Oh yeah, okay, cool." And just went along with it. Didn't even think about it until like 2 hours after the fact. I'm like, "Wait a minute, hold up."
Wait a
But,
minute.
yeah, it sucked.
What did they say the problem was? Like, what made you give them information?
Then
Somebody was trying
every call he makes, it sounds like you're talking like that.
No, they were saying somebody was trying to hack my account is what it was. So I was just like, oh, crap. Yeah, let's
Were they trying to make it current?
go along with it.
I mean, the irony of this phone call, well, we can't understand what he's saying because it's breaking up. So, did you get got for any money, Ben?
Thankfully, no.
Oh, well, that's good. How about they looked at Ben's bank account? We're like, man, not worth it.
Let it go.
Yeah, no, there's only 60 cents in there, so what's the point?
All right. Well,
But good news, though. Good news. Today is my first date in 15 years.
That's a lucky gal.
how'd you meet?
Yeah.
How'd you-
I'm excited, man.
How'd you meet her?
Facebook dating last Saturday.
Nice. Good for you, Ben.
Facebook has a dating site?
Yeah.
Oh, kind of is. too.
Well, I just thought you
Yeah.
like shot your shot.
Yeah.
I
Somebody's
have
DM.
everything.
Okay. All right.
So where
You
you
buy
going?
a couch and go on a date.
Where you going?
Yeah, so originally we planned going to an Amerks game, but the game tonight is like 99% sold out.
Okay.
And the good tickets are like $100. I don't have $100, so
We're off to a
We're gonna
flying
go-
start.
Oh, I heard he's only got
Yeah.
60 cents.
hey man, she's super cool about it. So, anyways, we're gonna go karting down by Dave and Buster's tonight. So, shut up, Tommy.
How old are you, Ben?
I'm 40 and go karting is a hell of a lot of fun. I don't care.
How old is she?
36.
Okay.
Ben,
Ben.
Yeah,
It's
no, I
creative.
don't care.
is
Thank you, Kimmy.
Something different.
Hey, Kimmy, you want to go kart day for time with me? Well, hey, Ben, good luck, buddy. Go get
Yeah.
him tonight.
Yeah.
I love you guys. You guys have an awesome weekend.
You too, Ben. Oh.
That isn't a one and done date. I haven't heard of it then.
That woman didn't have any
I
other
guess she knows
option.
what's going on going into it. She could say no.
Do you think he told her that he calls a radio show every day?
No. No, I hope not. I hope not.
Ah!
I don't know.
Save that for date number 2, Ben.
All right, let's take a break. We got Danger and Ryan coming up in just a little while. But before we get there, we were talking about, having to get up early, sleeping in. Sometimes your body just can't sleep in anymore.
Yeah.
Well, there is something you have in your refrigerator right now that if you eat it, will help you sleep.
Oh, okay.
And there is scientific evidence to back this up. And I don't believe a second of it. And even if it does work, it becomes one of those cruel things where it's like, one side of health versus the other side of health. Because if you eat this and you can sleep, that's great. It ain't great for you.
Oh.
We'll get into it next here in the break room. Let's get back. We're all looking to get sleep.
Oh, yeah.
And this is going to help you, according to scientists.
Fantastic.
It sounds too good to be true.
Oh.
Because no one's going to be like, no more of this, please.
Yeah.
However, if it does work, it's a little bit cruel because, yes, you'll be getting healthier, getting more sleep.
Right.
But eating a bunch of this is not healthy.
So how much do you have to eat?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, a new study shows that cheese can help you get better sleep.
Damn.
Yes, by choking on the cheese and never waking up. No.
Don't lay in bed and choke your cheese.
This study specifically says when it comes to sleep apnea.
Oh, that's you.
Yeah. Well, it's actually a lot of men over the age of 40.
Yeah.
I'm not 40 yet, which is more said. Cheese eaters are less likely to have sleep apnea than folks who avoid it.
Wait, who don't love cheese?
Everybody loves cheese.
Yeah, everybody's a cheese hoe.
By the way, this study was massive, too. The Journal of Sleep Medicine analyzed data from almost 500,000 people. They found that cheese eaters
Yeah, like the French. They're going to be like in a coma.
had almost a 30% lower risk of sleep apnea than those who weren't cheese fans. Quick sidebar, who's not a cheese fan?
Right.
The
I mean, I can understand medically you can't eat it,
lactose intolerant.
but you want it.
Yeah. And even people that are lactose intolerant will still eat cheese.
They'll get sick, but they'll eat it, yeah.
They also found that cheese consumption was associated with 23 biomarkers linked to sleep apnea, whatever the hell that means.
Okay.
Okay.
So it's kind of a cure.
For sleeping, well, it gives you a better chance of not having sleep apnea.
Right.
This sounds too good to be true.
I know. Who don't? But the only problem with cheese is the fat.
Yeah.
And it binds your ass.
Yeah, you don't poop.
So
on
you
cheese.
can't take a dump, but you could sleep. But that morning dump would get pushed back.
Yeah, bro, it would be like you're corking your rectum.
But I don't think it stops you completely. It just makes it. Doesn't it just slow it down?
No, like I eat a lot of cheese when I eat cheese.
Yeah.
But when I eat cheese, like I'll sometimes go a whole 36 hours.
Wait,
without pooping.
36 hours?
It's painful. It's bad.
Oh, yeah, because you get them hard ones.
And I got a squatty potty and everything.
Yeah.
It ain't coming.
All right.
So the problem here
Yeah.
is they don't tell you how much cheese you should eat to get good sleep before the cheese starts to have a negative effect on you.
So what's too much cheese in a diet?
I don't know.
Like per day?
I don't know.
Could you have 8 ounces of cheese a day and you'd be fine?
I don't know what 8 ounces of cheese looks like.
Not much.
Is that a Baby Bell? Is that 8 ounces?
A baby? But
You
no.
know, the little wheel.
Those little round ones?
Yeah.
I think that's smaller. So like, you know like normal brick of cheese you see?
Wait,
at
yeah.
Wegmans? I think it's half of that. I think that's a
That's a lot of cheese.
That's
Half
that is
no,
a
I
lot
think
of
that's
cheese.
a 16 ouncer, so half of that I
Okay,
think.
yeah, that's a lot of cheese to just eat a half a brick of cheese.
Yeah, but what if you chip all day? Like you have a little in the morning.
Oh, you're cheese chipping.
Yeah, cheese chip. You have a little bit for breakfast.
Which, by the way, one of my favorite Bee Gees songs.
Cheese
chipping,
chipping
that
no cheese. So you have a
that
little
whole
bit.
block is 8 ounces.
You have some with the sandwich.
Wait, the whole block is 8
Yes,
ounces.
yeah.
Oh, that's,
Oh, so you gotta have a block of cheese.
you just decided 8 ounces was your
Yeah.
problem.
8
I was
ounces
thinking
is a
that's
standard
a little more than
serving
half a
of cheese.
pound.
Can you Google what a standard serving of cheese is?
Well,
Can
you
you
don't
get
think
a
I'm
chance?
say a 1 ounce.
Well, no, I'm curious. Because, yes, it's never fun
You're
to look
cheese
it up.
curious?
I'll eat all kinds of cheeses, too. White, yellow.
Really?
Sorry,
yeah.
what am I looking up?
The standard serving for
Standard.
It's gonna
sta-
be an ounce.
standard mozzarella cheese
Okay.
serving.
like a stick, like a cheese stick.
Yeah, that's probably.
One lousy cheese.
But
stick.
how many ounces is that?
I don't know. But they'll say that's a serving.
One serving of mozzarella cheese
Ooh.
is standardized to 1.5 ounces.
Oh!
Man, you ain't getting nothing.
That's
That's like that's like a
disappointing.
postage
It's about a
stamp. of
1-inch
cheese.
cube.
A 1-inch cube of cheese, and you're gonna sleep all night.
Well, no, but that's the problem here.
you got a
again.
pound.
252 WCMF, cheese eaters less likely to have sleep apnea, according to a study that analyzed data from almost 500,000 people. So that's the problem. You start eating more cheese,
Yeah.
you get better sleep,
Mhm.
but you're going to put on weight. And
you
I'm
can't
sure,
take a dump.
and I'm sure there's other negatives that'll happen to your body if you become a cheese addict, as most us cheese addicts know.
Yes.
Right? So is the better sleep worth potential problems down the line from all your cheese munching?
Yeah, but they say sleep's like the most important thing about your body.
Yeah.
It resets it, it repairs it. You got to have it.
Bro,
But are
I'm-
you damaging it in other places? Is it counteracting?
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah,
trying to figure
yeah.
out here because, like, I get that the study, it's scientific. You have 500,000 people. I'm going to trust the study. But it doesn't say what I also need a corresponding study to tell me the negatives of eating 16 ounces of cheese a day.
I think it's fat and cholesterol.
Yeah, that's not good.
But you can burn it off.
No, because you're sleeping more.
Oh, true. Maybe that's why dogs sleep so good. All the cheese they love. Because dogs just sleep on demand.
They're also dogs, you idiot.
No, but every dog loves cheese. There's no dog that does not love cheese.
Everything on the planet
Not
loves cheese.
everything loves
Well,
cheese.
Name an animal that
There
don't
probably,
eat cheese.
there's probably animals go get that away from me.
Name a single animal that won't eat cheese.
Fish.
Well, no, people
I
fish
don't
with
know.
cheese.
Can you put
No,
it on
they
the line?
don't.
You can
I
fish
wonder
with
if
cheese.
Nobody
cheese
fishes
on the
with
line.
cheese.
Kimmy, Google it. I thought that cheese sandwiches were a legitimate bait for some
Yeah,
fish.
in cartoons.
No, I'm telling you, man.
Dumbass.
You can-
throw the grilled cheese out there. Get me a big
Yes,
old bar.
fish can eat cheese.
Thank
Cheese
you.
eat mar- They
Bro,
don't eat
you
cheese.
can fish with cheese.
They can't, man.
Some says some
You-
types
you-
of fish will eat
They'll
cheese.
pull your license, bro.
No, bro, how about
Particularly catfish and other bottom-feeding fish.
and when you fish with cheese, you fry that thing up, it's already delicious. It's got that cheese in there.
You don't put cheese on fish.
You got stuffed crust catfish, bro. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
Your Buffalo Bills, win or go home against the Denver Broncos.
Wow.
Sunday, Super Wild Card Weekend.
Crazy.
Live right here at 96.5 WCMF. A man who knows how to sell a game.
Crazy.
Wow. Crazy, huh? Whatever will happen. Tommy made his picks this morning. Coming in for the first time in 2025.
Yeah.
Our good buddies from 95.7 The Fan, Mike Danger, and from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, Ryan Duffy. All right.
Yeah.
You're going to want to get on right now
Yes.
to the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube or Twitch, The Break Room WCMF. We have laid eyes on Ryan.
Yes.
This might be the funniest thing he's ever put on. And I will say this, Kimmy. I don't think this is going to go the way he thinks it's going to go.
Who, Ryan or
Yes.
Tommy?
Both,
Okay.
because I'm interested to see how Tommy approaches what is happening in this room right now.
Yeah.
And Kimmy, there is also the idea when you go to the circus, you don't poke the bear.
Yeah. This could get ugly.
The Break Room WCMF on YouTube and Twitch. A recap of the Mule post, or excuse me, Tommy Tells It Like It Is next here on a Football Friday on CMF. Broncos, 1 o'clock live Sunday here on 96.5 WCMF. It's win or go home, Tommy.
Yes, it is.
Win or go home. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. If you want to watch the game,
where did I go?
You could do it with, I think she liked this one this morning.
What's
one
that?
groovy chick.
Oh, she's groovy.
Kimmy will be hanging out at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chi-Li. Delicious food, fantastic drink, and the coolest girl we know.
Oh, my God, Lady K.
We don't know a lot of girls.
No, yeah.
Kimmy, Bill Gray's Tap Room with your friends from CMF Sunday at 1 o'clock. Okay, Tommy, joining us as they do pregame every week.
Hey, by the way, when did Danger open up a ski lodge?
He looks like a bassist for Van Morrison.
That's got to be a Christmas sweater.
My daughter. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah.
You're a dick.
Yeah.
She doesn't love you.
You might be right.
From 95.7 The Fan, the sports bar, you can catch up 3 to 6 every weekday. Mike Danger. Hey, Dange.
How are you?
Happy New Year, buddy.
Happy New Year.
And from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, you need right now to log on to the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, or Twitch. The Break Room WCMF on YouTube or Twitch, brought to you by Three Heads Brewing. Ryan Duffy.
Hey, friends, what's happening?
I got no mic for him. Can we get that? I'm sorry.
It's on.
Okay.
No.
Oh, we got a little more.
Hey,
oh,
there
a
it
little
is.
down. Okay, thank you. Danger has jumped in as producer of the Break Room. Thank you.
Hey, good morning, friends. How's it going?
Tommy, would you like to describe to the audience what Ryan is dressed as this morning?
Well, when he walked in, I didn't get it.
Of course you didn't get it.
I did not get it. So he's got on a wig
Uh-huh.
with a massive forehead.
Yep.
And he's dressed just like me this morning.
He is also, as you're speaking, doing every mannerism you are doing.
He's mimicking me completely.
Ryan,
except for one thing that he can't do.
What's that?
Cross his legs. I dare you.
We're doing our best today.
You'll be Christopher Reeves if you try.
Ryan had me take a picture of Tommy this morning. He is wearing the exact same outfit you are.
Same colors.
With a Ben Franklin cap.
Yep.
Which, by the way, I did not realize you look so much like Ben Franklin.
A founding father, thank you.
It's actually Pennywise from the movie It.
All right, Danger.
Yeah.
Broncos coming to town on Sunday. It's weird because there's one half of experts who feel like the Bills are going to handle this game no problem because the Bills have been a wagon all season long. There is another half that seem to believe this Broncos team is young and fun and funky, and they are giving Denver maybe the best chance to upset a high seed. Are you worried about this Broncos team?
I'm not worried about this Broncos team. I think this is a Broncos team that is fun and young and hungry, and those are fun teams in the NFL, like the Bills were a few years ago. And they'll have their opportunity if Bo Nix continues to play the way that he plays, if the defense continues to do what their defense has been doing. But it's not their time yet. Not when the Bills are doing what they've done.
They got it.
When you look at what the Broncos have done over the course of the season, one win against a good playoff team, and that's Tampa Bay. Yeah, they beat Kansas City, the backups last week, right? But they lost to a lot of playoff teams this year. They beat up on some bad teams. I think their time is coming. It's not yet here.
So you bring that up with taking the Chiefs backups game out of it the other day. Not only do the Broncos only have one win over a playoff team, they only have one win over a team over 500.
Well, you didn't tell me that this morning either.
You didn't ask.
You didn't tell.
You didn't bring it up.
You're supposed to be giving me all the stats.
You yell at me for
Danger comes in and actually gives me legit stats. That's my twin.
We turn to Ryan. Ryan, there are those who believe in the playoffs. It is coach versus coach, and that's what matters the most.
Oh, yeah.
When it comes to Sean McDermott versus Sean Payton, battle of the Seans, which coach, Sean Payton having a Super Bowl trophy already, keep in mind, gives their team the best advantage?
I think it comes down to who's going to be the better Sean on that morning, afternoon, 1:30 Sunday. And I'm looking forward to some serious Sean v. Sean action.
Can I ask you a question?
Good.
Which one of us?
Yeah, either one, really.
Ryan,
Yeah.
have you ever heard Tommy speak once? What impression are you doing of Tommy?
The one that I think he thinks he sounds.
Hey, can I point out before we get into the picks?
Yeah.
My favorite thing about Ryan being Tommy is that when Ryan walked in wearing exactly what Tommy was wearing,
Yes.
he did not realize he looked like Tommy.
I did not get it.
And it establishes that Tommy does not see what he looks like when he puts on
Well,
all of his
nobody
outfits in the
does.
morning. No, you don't have the brain skills of a dolphin who is able to recognize itself in a mirror.
You think you know what you look like?
Bro, he's wearing everything you're wearing and your head.
Well, I was thinking of Denver. Like, who in Denver looks like that?
You've been to Denver.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's get into Tommy. He made it. No, wait, let me try that again.
Right.
Ryan's the only one that got into Tommy this morning. Let's get into the picks this morning. Tommy made them just after 7:45. Our first, Tommy tells it like it is pick here on CMF. Tommy over under 2.5 touchdown passes for Josh.
If he catches one of his own passes, does it count?
Yes.
I have to ask that because that happened.
It's never going to happen again, but yes.
Of course I'm taking the over, man.
Well, okay.
This is like describing cake.
This is like describing cake.
It's delicious. Eat it. So the weather looks like it's going to be pretty
Cold.
cold, but not windy or crazy.
Yeah, wind will be good, clear.
It's going to be like 30 degrees.
Yeah, and 20% chance of snow at kick.
So the weather will be no factor. So they can throw the ball.
Yeah, yes. Over under 2.5 touchdown passes for Josh Allen.
Oh, I'm taking that over.
Okay.
It's going to be wild, baby.
All right, so playoff Josh Allen is a different Josh Allen danger.
Mm-hmm.
And you would think in a wild card game, no problem. But there are three things you should know. One, this Broncos defense gets a ton of sacks, despite the fact that the Bills have maybe their best offensive line in franchise history. Two, the Broncos have one of the best corners in Patrick Surtain. And three, in the last 6 playoff games, Josh has thrown over 2 touchdowns 4 times, but only once in his last 3. Over under 2.5 touchdown passes for Josh Allen.
Now, there is a lot of strength versus strength going on in this game, right? You mentioned the pass rush of the Broncos and also the Bills' ability to keep Josh Allen upright. He doesn't take a lot of sacks. That's going to be interesting to see throughout the course of the day. I would like this over. If it was total touchdowns, I would take the over on this. But you're saying it's passing touchdowns.
Passing, 2.5 passing.
And in January, I think James Cook gets involved. I think the Bills' run game gets involved. I'm going to take the under on that.
That's why your lodge is going under. You killed Sonny Bono.
All right, the folks are already jumping in on Ryan's nicknames here.
Okay.
We turn to Salami Muley.
He is fat meat.
Yeah, it's like I'm looking at 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Ryan over under 2.5 touchdown passes for Josh Allen.
2 touchdown passes in the air, please. That's nothing for our boy. Please. I don't care if it's blizzard weather. I don't care if it's tornado weather. That guy's got the cannon. He's going to spread that around. He's got something to prove. I'm taking the over all day on that, baby.
You know, if my ex-wife sees him, she's going to jump him. She's going to ride you hard, son. She dug Fat Tommy.
Facebook messages coming in, trying to help Ryan with his Tommy impression.
Yeah.
This comes in from Jake. Jake says, Ryan, you're doing great. Just remember, you have to try and rhyme things all the time every time you speak. All right. So why do I now have the impression that because Ryan is Tommy, he's going to agree on every single pick all day long?
Yeah.
All right, well, the two that
All
are
right.
not Tommy disagree. Let's
All right.
get to our second pick from Tommy Muley this morning here on CMF. Over under 1.5 a sack for Bills defensive end Greg Rousseau.
Well, he's got to feed that playoff dog, son.
Feed that playoff dog.
Son.
So this Bo kid, he's a punk-ass child.
Well,
He's
he's actually
baby
a little bit
Bo.
older than your average rookie.
Yeah, what, he spent 6 years in college?
Yeah, I
5,
think
6
he's
years?
like
What,
24,
Alabama?
Oregon. Where was he
I
there?
thought he's-
Auburn.
I thought it was Alabama for some reason.
No.
I think Russo's going to do some Bo bashing. Well, he's getting him a sack. And maybe more.
Oh, you want to call 2 sacks?
No.
Oh.
All right, you know what? Yeah.
2 sacks.
Yeah.
You got Greg Rousseau
Yeah.
getting 2 sacks.
It could get ugly. I think this game's going to get ugly.
Okay. Okay, so the line has now moved to 2 sacks because Tommy doesn't know when to shut up. We turn to Tommy Beignet. For those not from New Orleans, that is a pastry.
Oh, it's delicious.
Traditional pastry. Ryan, Greg Rousseau, 8 sacks on the season. He plays really well in the position he's in, but this Bills pass rush, not great, right? Not fantastic. Not to mention the Denver Broncos have allowed the 3rd fewest sacks per game in the NFL all year, over under 1.5 a sack for Greg Rousseau.
The 30 seconds. That doesn't mean anything, please. And I'll tell you something. Greg Rousseau sure does know how to get to the quarterback, whose name is Bo. And he knows that he's going to go into the snow.
That's well done.
That was really a good job.
Two sacks for Greg Rousseau.
Who's calling it?
You know.
Yeah, I said it.
Danger.
Yeah.
Greg Rousseau has played 6 playoff games.
Uh-huh.
In those 6 playoff games, he has 1 sack. Over under 1/2 a sack for Greg Rousseau.
I can't disagree with these guys. The Tommies are on to something here.
Tommies!
Dueling Tommies.
Yeah. I'm going over. Greg Rousseau gets a sack.
Well, I mean, what about that? What about the way he's been playing gives you faith in him getting the quarterback?
It's not really about what he's been doing. It's about what he's got coming up. And what he's got coming up is contract negotiation.
Again, something you did not tell me.
Why didn't you tell us this morning?
You're the football expert.
You're also supposed to be the Buffalo Bills guy.
He just knows everything.
Knows Mike Catalana. Knows Mike Danger.
A lot of mics that he knows.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He's trying to get to all of them. But, you can only do so much on a Saturday night.
Now he's uncomfortable. This was fun until right now. I don't like it anymore. All right, so the Tommies and Danger in agreement. Greg Rousseau gets over half a sack.
Sweep Ola.
It's a recap of Tommy Tells It Like It Is. Mike Danger from 95.7 The Fan. From the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, Ryan Duffy, who is Tommy Muley this morning in outfit, hairline, accent, and rhyming. Let's get to our third pick from Tommy this morning here on CMF. Over-under, 250 yards passing for Broncos quarterback Bo Nix.
Well, a buddy of mine always tells me that a West Coast team coming east, no good.
But that same buddy would argue that Denver is not far enough West Coast for it to affect them.
It's at the Rockies, for God's sakes.
Yeah.
And
Rockies on the line.
And the altitude's different, right?
It would actually be better for them to be
Not
playing.
necessarily. People that are used to high altitude struggle at sea level.
Is that a
Did you just make that up?
No. It's the same way. It's a different atmosphere.
It's the same way, different atmosphere.
It messes with everything. You ain't getting no 250.
Look.
Because if you're telling me this kid's a young Josh Allen, right?
Could be. I mean,
you're saying he kind of mirrors Josh Allen.
The way he played at age.
Well, that means McDermott knows his style.
No.
And can get after this kid. He knows how Josh was back then and what his weaknesses are. So there's going to be some soft spots in baby Bo that Sean's going to get after.
Over under 250
I'm taking under.
Danger?
Yeah.
The Bills have given up a lot of passing yards the last couple of weeks, but for most of that time, 3 of their 4 starting defensive backs were hurt. Bo Nix, in his last 5 games, has thrown for over 250 yards 3 times. Over under 250 yards passing for baby Bo.
You know, Bo Nix has more passing yards and passing touchdowns this year than Josh Allen.
Oh!
Yeah, but he ain't no MVP.
The Bills have their secondary intact for this game. They're back. Sean McDermott against a rookie quarterback. I like the chances of him going under 250.
He's going to rattle that kid's cage.
Can I throw a scenario at you, Danger?
Absolutely.
If the Bills manage to handle business and they get up
They're
by
in catch-up mode, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if they have to throw.
Right. Look, they have a speedy receiver in Mims who will probably be a little bit of a
Tell me about Mimsy.
Well, he sounds like an English breakfast pastry.
Yes.
Would you like a Mims?
He's fast. I don't know that you have anybody that can match that speed. So there is a chance that guy gets free. Cortland Sutton did damage against the Bills just last year when Russell Wilson was throwing the ball. So you have to watch out for that guy as well. Yeah, I think it's right around that 250 mark, but I have a feeling that secondary is going to confuse Bo Nix. He's not going to know what to do with what Sean McDermott throws his way. All
right, we turned Facebook on fire today.
There you
We turned to Tommy Buffet. Andrea tweets at us, "Oh my God, Ryan and Tommy look like before and after Ozempic pictures."
Just start singing the Jardians jingle.
Ryan, over under 250 yards passing for Bo Nix.
Oh, no way that guy's getting over 250 yards. No chance. And also, as far as the West Coast to East Coast, I think my friend made a really good point. The altitude change. People coming from that high altitude, it's harder to breathe. The air is a little too heavy now and a little too thick in Orchard Park. And on top of that, I know that the Denver can get a little bit cold. You got the Rocky Mountains, everyone's skiing, hanging out with Danger at his lodge. I think that no matter how cold the Denver Broncos have played, what kind of cold the Broncos have played in this year, it ain't going to match nothing. That's going to be in the Orchard Park this Sunday. I'm taking the under all day, baby.
Like, he's gotten so good at this character, I don't even know what he said for the last 30
Right,
seconds.
yeah.
It's like doing a show with you.
Yeah.
Except he takes up way more of the chair. All right, let's get to our final pick from Tommy Tells It Like It Is this morning here on CMF. Tommy, do the Bills win? And if so, is it by more than 9 points?
Well, I'm thinking the Bills are going to win, obviously.
Okay, gotcha.
But then after that, farther afield, Pat.
Farther afield.
What are we looking at?
Get out of my effing face. Well, no, we're looking at 9 points. They would have to win by 9 or more to cover.
I think they're going to cover those 9 points.
Okay. All right. So
And maybe just a C hair more.
So it'll be a close game?
Oh, no.
Well,
I think
what's a
it's going to
C
be
hair,
a
Tommy? What's a C hair?
mile high, kiss your ass goodbye, Bills, wild card, blowout. Bleh. Eat. My favorite line in that whole thing. What do you consider a C hair?
Well, I'm under 40, so I've never actually seen one in person.
Right, I had to go back to my high school yearbook.
We turn to Tommy Hot Fudge Sundae of the Cake Room. Ryan?
Yeah.
The Bills opened as 9.5-point favorites. It has moved a point towards the Broncos. Over, under. Excuse me. Do the Bills win? And if so, do they do it by 9 points or more?
Oh, the Bills are going to win. Of course the Bills are going to win. And I'm thinking that it's going to be a little bit more than that 8.5 points.
Yeah.
I do.
Are you?
Blood! Out.
See, now you sound more like his mom than Tommy. I love how uncomfortable he gets. It's like a deer in headlights.
What are you talking about?
I don't know what to do. You haven't been making sexual jokes like Tommy would.
I'm not as advanced.
No, not on my. Yeah, that's actually a great point, Kimmy. Good call. That would be both of our moms.
Why'd
together.
you catch it?
All right, Danger.
Yeah.
I would like to illustrate a weird trend. Going back to 2020, which I think we can agree is when the Bills became this team that they are right now. The Bills won a 3-point game wildcard weekend against the Colts. The next season, they blow out the Patriots at home wildcard weekend. Season after that, they win a 3-point game over a backup quarterback, Miami Dolphins. Last season, blow out the Steelers. If we're going via trend, the Broncos will cover the 8.5 here. It'll be a field goal win do the Bills win? And if so, is it by 9 or more?
So you play out the scenarios here, and you think, all right, worst case scenario is the Broncos come in here and they upset the Buffalo Bills, and the Bills season is over. I don't think anybody really believes that could happen, but it could happen, right? That is a scenario. I think that there's a likely scenario as well that it is like that Colts game. When you look back at the opponents that they've played in this first round of the playoffs the last few years, that Colts game was a little bit closer than I think a lot of us thought it was going to be, but they still got the win. They didn't cover. I like them to cover against Denver. I think they're a better team. I think Sean Payton knows Sean McDermott and has McDermott's number. They have a long history, from back in the NFC South where Payton was the coach of the Saints and McDermott was the defensive coordinator in Carolina. But Bo Nix against Sean McDermott's defense, I think, is going to be a factor. I think turnovers are going to be a factor, shocking. And I think the Bills win this one 28-17.
Barely covering. 11 points
11
on
points.
8.5?
Yeah.
So it's almost.
No, it would be.
No,
It
it
would
is.
be.
That's a bleh.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we're a C hair
Over 10.
over.
Yeah, it would be a
we're a fat C hair
If we're-
over
if-
a blowout.
if we're defining a
one of the
C
big
hair
fatty
as-
ones.
yeah.
One of them side ones. Almost looks like a curb finder. Like over here.
Whoa.
See? There, see what I'm doing? That's a pubie.
You pop one of those at the end of your driveway so the plow guy knows how to.
You know what
get
I'm
into
talking
your,
about.
know where to go.
Use them for plow markers.
They both unknowingly did the same joke after fake Tommy did the joke. Real Tom. Okay. Let's just
Yeah, it's very confusing.
let's just get
Tommy Inception in the
Jesus.
break room.
Tomception?
Yeah.
Let's just get this over with. Bonus pick from Tommy this morning here on CMF.
Duffy, not so fast. Wild card buddy. So I predict.
He just looked off to the right. He has nothing. He is unprepared.
I didn't know I had.
Yeah, you see it? If you watch the live
If
stream,
you're betting,
You knew this was coming.
this is a rocking chair bet.
Shut up, man.
This is a rocking chair.
Do not take this man's
If you
gambling
got
advice.
stuff to do in the fourth quarter, go do it because it won't matter.
How much will it not matter? Will it not matter enough where Josh Allen comes out of the game?
There you go.
Oh, yeah. Because
That's
they're
how
gonna
you
save
know
his
it won't
arm.
matter.
Yeah.
Okay, so your bonus pick.
At one point in the fourth quarter, Josh will be hat on, laughing, high-fiving on the side.
Oh, no, you said the fourth quarter won't
We're
matter.
gonna get a
It won't matter.
Trubisky-
It's what I'm saying. He'll have his hat on.
So,
We're going to get a Trubisky fourth quarter.
oh, yeah.
so wait, so that means
Mitch the bitch will be on the field in the fourth quarter.
if the fourth quarter doesn't matter, that means Josh will not be taking a snap in the fourth quarter.
Oh, you want me to say it's not? He doesn't play the fourth quarter?
Well, no, I'm asking what your prediction is.
Yeah.
No, 'cause
Well,
you're-
I just said it, but you keep pushing me.
Because if the Bills are up 14 with 3 minutes to go because they scored on their last drive and Mitch comes in and takes a knee, you're going to go, see, and that's not what you're predicting. How many snaps does Mitchell Trubisky get in relief of Josh Allen because they're out of
Well,
hand?
how many snaps does Josh get in the fourth?
No, I want a Mitch snap count.
You want a Mitch snap?
I want a Mitch snap.
More or less than 50% of the snaps in the fourth
He'll
quarter.
get more than 50% of the
Okay.
snaps.
Okay, you
All right.
can go find that stat because I ain't doing that.
all
when I
right,
got
you know
money.
what? I'll make it
But
easy
we'll know
on
by
you.
the end of the game if
Josh
he
doesn't play
played
the
more than
fourth quarter. There you go.
He did not want to deal with numbers, so he just
Who wants
conceded.
to deal with numbers? Suck.
Terrible. They're for nerds.
You could have just said the number 7.
It's funny how easily we get baited into making bad decisions. Because it's happened twice in these picks.
Tommy Ryan,
Yeah.
which sounds like an Irish gangster, by the way.
Tommy Ryan?
Tommy Ryan. Does Josh Allen take a snap in the fourth quarter?
Oh, not so fast, buddy.
Okay, I don't think you should just do the same thing he just did.
Not
We all heard it.
so fast, Patrick. No chance. 100% of the fourth quarter snaps are going to Mitchell Trubisky, baby.
I don't know what I hate more.
What's that?
Hanging out with my brother or hanging out with two Tommies. Because it's close right now.
It's like a double nightmare.
It's danger.
Yeah.
Do the Bills blow this team out so much that Josh Allen does not take a fourth quarter snap?
I think Josh Allen will be playing in the fourth quarter. Yeah. I'm gonna
Okay.
Say no. I got the old man wave from both of them. Oh,
Double wave.
double wave.
Double.
You're done.
I'm out.
Danger.
Yeah.
Big show for you guys today. The Sports Bar, 3 to 6 every weekday on 95.7 The Fan. Excuse me. What do you guys got going on?
We have the legend of the game. If you're going to the game on Sunday, the guy who does the pregame, gets everybody fired up, the Buffalo Bills legend of the game, Kyle Williams.
Ooh. You got Kyle Williams today.
3:25. Kyle Williams stops by the Sports Bar, and then we'll dive into the matchup a little bit more with Thad Brown from News 8 as well later on this afternoon in the Sports Bar.
By the way, Kyle Williams, great interview listen. He
Yeah.
is wise. He knows his football,
Smart
obviously.
I hope
Yeah,
so. It's
very.
Kyle the Pile.
Kyle the Pile.
You can't just repeat.
I like that. I like what we thought about the Raiders.
I always know I wanted to know what it was like when I finally have a stroke. And this is it.
Ryan,
Yeah.
if folks want to catch the newest Let's Go Duffalo, where can they find that?
They can find that on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. And you can follow us on social media at lets.go.duffalo. Blah.
All right, gentlemen, do keep in mind
What's that?
that the only way we see Ryan in danger again next week is if the Bills win.
Oh, yeah, true.
So if you want more of this dynamite content, a fishing sweater and a Pennywise wig.
Is there a possibility we could find a fat Kimmy to round it out?
Maybe if the Bills win next week, you will.
Do we know a fat Kimmy?
Don't make Ryan dress in drag. Like, come on. His career is already a joke.
What am I doing now?
Gentlemen, always a pleasure.
Thanks.
Ideally, we'll see you next week. Are we going to take a break?
Go
It's
Bills.
Friday, you know what that means?
Oh, we got to creep it out.
Creep cap coming at you. And there's a lot of weird things people will do on planes. Did you see what this woman went viral doing?
Wait, a woman?
Yeah. It's not sexual.
But was it down there?
Nothing to do with a vagina.
Was it food?
Yes.
Where'd she put it?
It's not. We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. I mean, we've all seen some pretty weird things on airplanes.
Oh yeah.
Like people just decide it's like their house; they do whatever they want, right?
Like nobody's looking.
Yeah. But I don't. This has got to be a first of all time, and I don't know if this is something you would welcome or something that would really bother you.
Would it creep me out?
I don't know.
Okay.
You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but before we do, it's Friday.
Oh yeah, buddy.
All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. It's a creep cap. Happens now on CMF.
Oh, you feel that? That's creep running down your spine. It's the creep cap on WCMF.
Well, we talked about this.
I don't. Well, yeah. I don't want to get down there and sniff.
Jen, for God's sakes, Jen.
You
let me
brought
ask you
it
this
up
question.
that his pubes are stinky, not me.
That's not what I said.
That's how you insinuate.
No, it's not.
Because you can always see the stink lines when he. But I want a gravy melt.
252 WCMF.
I used to have a gravy melt.
When was the last time you had gravy, period?
Tuesday when I was at Pat's Bubs. I had some of that good Duffy gravy.
No, that's why I want to try it.
Wait, you want to try a big hose?
I would love to try
How
a big
did you
hose.
tell me?
Why?
I got a little training set. I just got into the training game.
Get the hell out of here.
Yeah,
Where-
like male fantasy kid.
Where's the hell? Where is it?
It's like a little kiosk in the men's room.
What's it called?
It's called Uncle Tommy's Old Time Firehouse. Spray your face good with my hose. Salts.
Dude,
You just said I had a nice bitch hole.
I didn't say nice. I said you had one. Could be taken better care of.
I take care of all my holes.
Why you want to prune that thing?
I scrub my holes good.
Well,
yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, yeah. That's the touchy-feely boys.
What a like.
That's a city dog.
You know, they city dog.
City dog. It ain't going to stay out way too long.
Bro, your legs aren't long enough to wrap around the seat of a snowmobile.
I can snowmobile. They're low. Like your mama. And always ready to go. So, this is like a country or just they found a whopper of one penis? Like King P9.
And I came to you and I said, I just need someone to touch.
Yeah.
You would laugh in my face.
No, I would take you to the men's room.
Wait.
I would take you to Uncle Tommy's
Nobody-
all-time cuddling kiosk.
Nobody did the joke. You just kept going.
From your loneliness to your mouth.
Okay.
It's so good to be a creep.
There it is, Creep Cap on CMF. So, I mean, it's nothing now to see bare feet on airplanes.
Yeah, it's gross.
Which is gross. I mean,
Yeah.
there are folks who will buy food that is disgusting.
Too smelly.
Yep, it'll reek up the whole plane. But have you ever seen anyone make a meal on an airplane?
How do you do
Like
that?
assemble a sandwich kind of meal? Or are
Oh,
we talking
no.
like you're
She's-
mixing and
What would that
cooking
be?
up something?
What would that be?
There is a video of a woman that has gone viral. She made a cheesecake while sitting in a seat.
Like with a bowl and mix? How do you get that on the plane?
I don't know. All of the ingredients she managed to get on the plane, and somehow she pulled out a baking pan, layered the bottom with a crumble crust. She added butter and honey. Then she added soft cream cheese on top. She finished it off with strawberry jam coating, and she had herself a cheesecake that she made in her seat.
But don't you still have to
All
bake
right.
it?
No, cheesecake you don't have to bake. There's
Oh,
no
you
bake.
don't?
It's supposed to be cold.
Have you ever heard of no bake cheesecake?
No.
It rhymes in everything. Right
Okay.
up your alley.
So, and then she walked it off the plane?
No,
like
she
that?
ate it on the plane.
She ate the whole damn cheesecake?
It's a smaller cheesecake.
It's like a single serving cheesecake.
I mean,
What
it
a
is.
weirdo,
It-
man.
That is just a weird food to eat off a like make and eat off a plane.
But it wouldn't
for
dis-
yourself.
It wouldn't disturb me.
Okay.
I think I'd be fascinated that she's doing it because there's nothing gross about it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would wonder what she's making because you probably wouldn't know right
I would think she's
away.
mixing up a goddamn C4 bomb.
With cream cheese.
I don't know what you do with the bomb.
I don't think there's cream cheese in a bomb because that would mean all bombers that are lactose intolerant are out.
I'm thinking she figured out some way to like create a bomb, a cheesecake time bomb.
I mean, she must have had to put a lot of prep into this because she had to bring under what's the ounceage you're allowed.
Oh,
to
that's
bring on
right,
a
3
plane.
ounces.
Yeah. So it
Well,
Are there eggs in cheesecake?
had. It doesn't say anything about eggs.
is it a liquid technically?
Well, is cream cheese a liquid? I
No,
bet
it's
you.
solid.
I don't think it is a
Okay.
liquid.
It's a block.
Well, she did have honey and all right. Let's go through the ingredients here.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So here we go. Crumble crust, butter, honey, soft cream cheese. That's it. And
So
strawberry jam coating. That would be considered
so
a liquid.
the honey would get you, yeah.
And
You
the
have to
strawberry
measure out
jam.
the honey.
All right.
Is the strawberry jam a
That's definitely
liquid?
jam.
Oh,
is
yeah, yeah,
definitely a
it's
liquid.
liquid,
That
yeah.
is a
You think?
liquid. Yeah.
Okay.
You
Anything
could,
you could smear.
yeah, you could blow something up with jam easy.
Oh,
Jam bomb. Freeze. Jam bomb sounds like something the Gap Band did back in the 70s. It's a jam bomb.
Yep, you're right. Jam, any kind of jam is considered a liquid when flying.
it's just
So you
weird
can-
that that's what you
uh,
decided to spend
But
your
it does
time.
say you can only. Oh, I'm sorry. You can bring a container of jam in your carry-on luggage if it's under 3.5 ounces.
Okay. All right. So you wouldn't be bothered by this. Kimmy, would you be bothered by this?
No, I don't understand it, but it doesn't bug me. It doesn't smell.
I'm watching.
It's not gross. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind sitting next to that person.
Okay, so this woman is a good-looking woman.
That helps too.
Tommy, let's say you're sitting next to her. She makes her cheesecake. You're fascinated by it. Strikes up a conversation. She offers you the first bite. Are you eating the cheesecake?
I'm gonna pass on that.
That could be construed as rude.
No, just saying I'm cheesecake intolerant.
Oh, cheesecake intolerant.
Yeah.
Kimmy, would you take a bite of her cheesecake?
No, I'm not eating a stranger's homemade, plain made cheesecake.
But you just watched her make it.
Yeah, I'm interested. I don't want to eat it.
No, I'm saying like you would be fully aware of everything that went in it.
But no.
If she was good looking and I was single, I would take a taste of that cake. I think any guy would. Just to think it may go somewhere.
You know, the one thing you're all germaphobe freak guy.
Yeah.
There are a few dirtier things in the world
I know.
than a plane. It looks like she prepared it on her fold-out table.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah, don't they say like that's the grossest thing on a plane?
I mean, was she putting bare stuff on it?
It's hard to tell.
All right, that would gross me out too. Yes, I don't want trichinosis.
Well, no, I mean, what is that, by the way?
I think it's pink eye.
No.
Yeah.
No, that's conjunctivitis.
Well, one of mine is.
Trichinosis isn't that when worms from like bad pork trichinosis?
Oh, maybe.
Or is that the
tapeworm?
Is that the math?
No, I think you get trichinosis from pork.
Wait, isn't trichinosis that math with the triangles and the squares and something?
It could be that too.
Yeah, okay. 252 WCMF. We're talking about this woman who went viral. There's a video of her preparing a cheesecake at her seat in a plane. She brought all the ingredients on the plane and a pan. She put it all in the pan, mix it together, and then she eats her cheesecake on the plane. All right, so you would find this woman pleasant, not bothersome.
No, it's fascinating.
Okay.
Because there's nothing gross about it, like Kimmy said.
Yeah. I think that something that smelled bad or smelled off, even if it smelled good, but that smell just never goes away,
Yes.
it would kind of bug me.
No, because like I like Chipotle, and they have Chipotles in airports now.
But I don't want to smell it on a plane.
Yeah, somebody brought Chipotle on the last flight I was on, and it was like, bro, we're going to smell this for 2 hours.
Pizza gets into a plane, forget about it. The whole joint.
One of the worst Samuel L. Jackson movies of all time.
How'd that go?
I'm sick of this mother effing pizza on this mother effing plane. We come back, we wrap it up, we tell you what we're doing post-game Monday. Next year, the break room on CMF. That's going to be Rapparoo
Radio Friday, Rapparoo.
for a Friday Break Room CMF Monday.
Oh, big Monday, buddy.
Post-game Monday, that's right. We will either be overjoyed, looking forward to a second playoff game,
We're going to be riding high.
or devastated and looking for answers. We will recap all of Tommy's picks on a Muley Post-Game Excuse Monday, and we will have our good buddy from 13 Wham and Buffalo Plus, who was out at the Thirsty Turtle on Thursday.
Oh, yeah. That big appearance. right?
Yeah.
I heard they drew 10s.
Dan Fates will be in just after 9 o'clock to recap that game here on CMF. Are we going to get out of the way? For Kimmy,
Yep.
who once again, that groovy chick will be at the Bill Gray's Tap Room, 1 o'clock Sunday for Bills Broncos.
Could be worse.
Yeah. Are you talking about your appearance? Are you talking about the nickname or your appearance?
I'm sorry, the nickname.
Could be worse.
Could be worse if Tommy was there.
Jesus Christ, man.
For Tommy be like, whoa.
What did I do? What have I done?
Somebody help me.
My name's Pat Tommy. We'll see you back here for a post-game Monday here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF.